Welcome, everybody. This is the Chocolate Mountain Show. I am your host. A Wind is Timeless. It all started with a gentle sadness. I am your galactic daddy-o, sitting on my galactic patio from Minnesota to the universe. And we're going to start with a brief commercial because tonight we're doing the quart of beer. It's a little more than a quart of Guinness Stout. So pop them. If you got them, smoke them if you want them. Let that go. Who's joining me? James, brother James. Thank you for joining me. Derek, thank you for coming in. Whoa, hey. PJ, what's happening? Your question, is there any way I can send you money so you can place bets for me? I was just thinking about that. And that would be a kind of hard thing, James. I think it would be, you smoking wedding cake. I still got a bunch of this Gorilla Glue crumble. But I don't know, James. It would be, like, there's so many sites. I've got a dude, I got a bookie, I'll be honest. And I've been dealing with this dude for some years. So it just wouldn't be practical for me to do that. But I'll give you some sites. I'll send you some sites that you can work it because it's everybody all around. So that will probably work out better for you in the long run. Because I don't want any, I win and it could get messy. I didn't mean to say if I won, but if you won, the money didn't come in a day or two. It's just that would be a lot. So. Hey, what's up, Rocky? Thank you for joining me. Good eve. Thank you. Hey, Aggie Pride, there it is. And I'm sorry I haven't been able to come on the last few nights. My son had to use my computer. He had some work to do. So sorry I couldn't bring the Chocolate Mountain Sports. But it happens sometimes. So his school is a little important, me talking and coming on here. And so my first thing I want to talk about, now again, with Western science, one thing that's interesting, I'm getting through this book, and one thing, see, again, he wants to say that consciousness only exists because of the way our brains are shaped. He does the full Darwinism and gets into Darwinism and tries to explain Darwinism as consciousness, and consciousness is Hanukkah. Consciousness existed before any brain existed, but again, American scientists, they try to put their thing. And then one thing he doesn't really touch, and maybe I haven't reached it yet, but non-locality. And I bet non-locality is not even in this book, because there's no way he can explain that a monkey in one part of the world learns a new trick. How does a monkey on the complete other part of the world knows the same trick? It's consciousness. Has nothing to do with science and his Darwinism. Let's see. Yeah, he doesn't even deal with non-locality. I didn't think he did. Local, yeah, he doesn't deal with non-locality at all, or locality or local sources. Let me take it to non-locality to see if he has anything in here. And again, he doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't, which I thought. So I'm going to push my way through it, but it's some BS, guys. Oh, and remember, I do blow big stacks. But I'm still fighting a little cold, so. Hey, Rocky, thank you for joining me. The one we totally understand. Well, thank you. I ain't smoking ice cream cake. Oh, okay, here's another one. James say he's smoking wedding cake. He says he got some ice cream cake. There you go. Tuned in from Bama. Thank you, Smoker. Thank you for coming. So that's all. One thing I did want to share, which is interesting because I'm just doing a little more research. So the highest rated game this year has been the Lakers and the Sixers. That's been the highest rated game with 178 million viewers, which from the previous game I'm trying to think, where did they get this from? But from the previous game before this, it was up 103%. So the Lakers, now a lot of people, again, are giving the Lakers the pass. It makes me think more that it could be the Lakers and the 76ers. Now, I've said I'm still looking at Utah, but Utah's number this past week, Utah has a rating share of 0.1, which is up 16.6% from last year. Philadelphia is up 0.98%, which is basically 1, but their percentage is up 15.6%. And again, the Lakers lead most of the ratings with 1.33, which is up 14.9% from last year. Dallas, the Nuggets. Dallas is up 42% rating, and we have the Nuggets at 22%. But the biggest ratings game so far this year was a nationally televised game between the Lakers and the 76ers, which on both sides is a Wilt Chamberlain reference or Wilt Chamberlain ritual. So that very well could be in there just because, and that's how you have to look at it. Who's going to sell the most tickets? A lot of people say, well, with James being hurt, how is that going to affect him? Right now, they're in third place. So long as they stay right in there, this might be a replay again of Magic Johnson, which would be the 79 championship. And, I don't think people remember the early 80s. I think Dr. J lost 4 championships. He only won 1. I think out of the top 5 until Boston knocked them out. Boston knocked them out in 80. Boston knocked them out in 83. No. Dr. J won in 83. Boston must have been 84. So Dr. J was putting his Sixers in the finals every year. So it might be, I might have to just change my view a little bit because again, I definitely saw the 76ers rise. We'll see what the Lakers can do. And then with the Ball brother being out with a broken wrist, had surgery today, I think Edwards might be the clear favorite. I think Everett's spectacular play might be the clear favorite to win the Rookie of the Year. So who else joined me? Camden man, thank you. Wedding cake and sour Jizo mixed right now. There you go. Clippers are in third place on the West. Not what the ticker that I just saw. The ticker that I just saw had the Clippers in fourth place. They had Utah in first. I'm trying to think what I just saw. Utah was in first place. Maybe the Clippers was in second. Maybe tonight the Clippers were in second and the Lakers were third, but they had the Lakers at third. So Trae Young isn't that good, right? No, Trae Young is really not that good without the basket manipulation. There was several shots I could have showed tonight that clearly showed it. Trae Young, again, his whole career. See, this is how they did him, where they kept the basket on for Curry his whole year in his run into the finals. They cut the basket off for Trae Young, and Trae Young never adopted his game. No one ever told him either. He just kept jacking them up, shooting them out of games. They only made the playoffs because, again, his early television exposure. That's why he made the NCAA tournament, was from that early exposure and not definitely from his play, but more from his early exposure. But again, they've turned the rim on for him in the pros. Edwards almost won me some cash. They had that game. And they threw it away tonight. They lost, what was it, 118-109, something like that. Hey, Tiger Strong, thank you for joining me. No, the Clippers just won tonight. They're in third. Oh, they must have changed that because I was reading the stream, the runner underneath, and they had the Lakers in third. So the Lakers must have fell to fourth then. Hey, King Kane, thank you. Chris, the logo shot was manipulated. Oh, but look at all the logo shots that's been in the college tournament. Look how many have been in the college tournament. Everybody's shooting from the logo in the college tournament. That shows you that it is not a real thing. That shows you that it is not a real thing. So Ryan, that must have dropped the Lakers to fourth then. That's the only way I can figure is the Lakers have to be in fourth. And I was watching, I was going back and forth. I was trying to watch the Timberwolves. The Wild won today. I was supposed to wear Wild gear. Oh, I messed up what I was supposed to do. When Wild won, I was supposed to wear Wild gear. Forgot to do it. But they must have put the Lakers in fourth place, because the Lakers, I was watching a runner about within the last hour, and it showed them in third. So, but it showed Utah still in first place, and Utah, I'm pretty sure, end up winning tonight. Lakers lost to the Suns. Okay, that might have been what knocked them out tonight. Yeah, it's Utah Suns, Clippers, LA. Suns, Clippers, LA, top four. Okay. They dropped to fourth because of the loss tonight. Okay, that makes sense. Well, you think I was going to see him play with Curry? Where do you think Lonzo going? Well, the deadline's coming near. Right now, it's like all the word is Lowry going to the Bucks? Is Lowry going to the Sixers? Lowry. Suns got me. Like, there's better players than Lowry. People forget, he done bounced around the league. He didn't start with Toronto. I don't remember where he started, but it wasn't Toronto. So this cat, without the league's help, Lowry wouldn't be effective, but they like him. So I don't know if he's going there because Lakers lost. Yeah, Lakers in fourth. Okay, Lakers lost, put him in fourth. Today is the trade deadline. That's right. Yep. Kyle Hardiman, Griffin was out, so it was an easy win with Utah. Yeah, everybody was out. I think they had to call up some two-way players to fill in, because I think a couple guys I noticed was two-way guys. Wasn't a very good game. That's why I was going back and forth, and then I was watching the Sabres play somebody. And then I got to read, and somebody called me, so started with Memphis. He started with Memphis. Yeah. So he's bounced around the league. Had to keep Mike over him. Had to keep Mike over him. It's interesting. But not a whole lot going on in the world around me exactly. Do my regular thing, delivered food today, picked up and delivered food. I think, I don't know what happened today, but I think my neighbor OD'd again, because I woke up and looked out the window and there's a parking lot full of everybody with an ambulance. And I noticed she isn't there because the food I brought for her, they're not answering. And then it made sense. I saw the ambulance. I'm like, that chick might have OD'd again. They might have had the clunker with the Nacrome again. So, hey, Unique Breed, thank you for joining me. So I'm not sure. Lonzo I don't know that he would fit with Curry, because I like his game. I really do like his game. But because he can play one or two. He can really play one or two. He fits in. And what I like is he rarely forces it. And that's what I think they don't like about him. He doesn't really force shots. I think when they pressure him, and I mean the coach pressures him and the GM pressures him to score more, he seems to blow up a little bit. But if they just let him play his game, he fits in well. He can fit in with the one. He can play the one. He can play the two. And I know Curry is not that big and not that strong a dude, where Lonzo would help him because he could take a lot of that ball handling off of him. Remember when Jordan gave up playing the point guard, he thrived a little more because it's physically hard to play that point all the time, where you have to start it and then you want to run and then to get into like Jordan running in the triangle. It was even before the triangle when he's playing with Collins. You have to bring the ball up, and then you've got to run the offense and try to get you in the position. That's a lot more energy than somebody else breaking it up. So that would be a good move for him, because he would give them another ball handler. But in a lot of ways, if you looked at him, Lonzo is not that much different from the player that came here that the Lakers drafted, Russell. Lonzo and Russell's game I would say Russell's a little more of a scorer, but still the way they would both fit with Golden State is very similar, even though Russell's a big dude, but he's not a defensive player. And Lonzo really tries, but again, what is Lonzo? 6'4", 6'5"? So it would be hard. I'm hearing the Knicks for Lonzo. That would make good sense. That would make good sense. The Knicks, that would make good sense. Pelicans, yeah, to me, they should keep him because the player he got traded with, that wing, the dude from Duke, he fits in that program really well, and he's always looking for people. And so, to me, they should keep him. I don't understand why they didn't keep him. And let me say that the Pelicans were a little higher rated. And let me see I don't know if I wrote them down, their ratings. But I was surprised on how well, let me see if I wrote the Pelicans down. I didn't write them down. But the Pelicans, their TV ratings are pretty high. And right now, Golden State is out. They're what? So if the Lakers drop to 4th, that'll put Golden State 10th. That would push Golden State down to 10th, I think. So I think they're out. And we know the Timberwolves, even though I'll say this for the Timberwolves. With the new coach, one thing I really noticed is their on-ball defense overall is 1,000 times better. He has really put a better structure of defense in for them. They're getting over picks. I mean, they was with Dallas, and again they have the scoring breakdowns. But for a minute when the first quarter they jumped out, and like they always do, they jump out of the big lead, and then they just can't hold it, and then they end up losing by, I think they lost by 10 to 15, something like that. But defensive wise, they picked it up. They really did pick it up, and so you got to give hats off to the coach because he had them looking defensively better. So the kids love Zion. Who is your rookie year? Right now, I'm saying Edwards. Right now, Edwards' play is monster. Edwards, now I know Beasley. Beasley lost his starting job and he lost the old woman. He lost his cougar. That's rough. You get off TV, get suspended, you lose your woman, you lose the cougar, and you lose your starting position. So Edwards has been starting, and Edwards is playing a lot of one. Rubio, I don't know, just his physical frame, his whole career has not been there. And tonight he didn't play well. And they got him starting. They're basically starting 3 guards with the Timberwolves. So I'm giving it to Edwards. I like Edwards. Curry's magnet egghead, turn him off. There you go. But I was like this is the thing you got to see is what the difference is this year. Even the swishes. Like a lot of times what you'll see dudes shoot so well the net doesn't move. That to me seems like a natural shot. But anytime you see the net turn, again, what it does now is it turns it kind of hugs it in there. It kind of really, or you'll see it turn and cradle it through the net. That is a manipulated shot because you hear the sound, but anytime you see it and you really see that net turn up, those shots are manipulated. And that is new for this year. It doesn't, because it almost it turns the net. I don't even know how to explain it, but it's the net turns up more. The net hugs it more than what it used to do last year. Because sometimes good shooters, even in a regular gym, the net won't even move. You can hit in the net, it just go right through. But on the manipulated swishes, that's new this year, where the net really turns. So that's where you can tell the manipulated shots. But yeah, I mean, that's what we're seeing. We've been seeing that for years. See a lot of the women's games going on tonight. A lot of terrible calls. Was it Tulsa or Troy? Troy, the women's Troy. Did you guys catch what the girl does over and back and they let the play go? And then Troy, even after that bad call, Troy comes back. Was it to tie the game? And they called a charge. And I mean, the girl is moving and flops. And it was just a terrible call. And one of my friends called me. He was like, are the women's rules the same? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, it's a lot of hacking. He's absolutely right. If you guys watch any women's games, any of the women's games, there's a lot of hacking allowed. So I find that interesting. What's all this? Right, exactly. Let me see. 1670 had them loud swishers. 1670 had them loud swishers. Yeah. What's all this talk? That's what we were just talking about, Tiger Strong. We were talking about Lowry. Why would anybody want Lowry? How would Lowry make a difference? He hurts you on defense because he's small. He's not a great shooter, not a shooter for range. He's a mid-range guy. But why would he give somebody, well, how would he help anybody? In the cap 32, 33 at least? Let's look that up. How old is NBA player Kyle Lowry? 35 years old. 35 years old at 6 foot. Why would he be in demand? How do you figure he would put a team over the hump? It's a psyop. I mean, it's some BS. They're putting hype. But see, this is what's wrong. The league is getting younger. Why is he holding on? He's made more money than he ever dreamed he could make. So why are they holding on to Lowry? I don't get that. There are a lot of dudes in the G League, a lot of dudes coming from next year, but yet you think this 35-year-old 6-footer is going to help your team. I mean, it's just no way. It's no way. He's very overrated. Van Fleet better than Lowry. Greg D, thank you for joining me. Van Fleet, but then again, his game is manipulated as much. He plays harder. He's a better ball handler, better penetrator, quicker, way quicker. Lowry's not quick at 35. But for some reason they're keeping him around. And so that makes me wonder, why are they keeping him around? Is he part of the overall script? That could be very well so. As far as where he goes and who is going to help, that could be part of the formula that they're looking at. Because again, there should not be any demand for that cat. A 35-year-old 6-foot dude, when you can pull dudes from the G League. But do you see the lack of opportunity they want to give people? You want to keep, like Vince Carter. Why did he play till 40? Why did he play? Why was he allowed to play? When he hit 35, he was done. And I don't care, better nutrition, taking care of himself. Why is he taking young people's position? Why? Why was that allowed? What was it about him that they felt that they had to keep him in the league? So he got COVID and is having his best season, more mockery. Toronto's a big market. They're not in Toronto. They're down in Orlando, remember. They are not in Toronto. They're in Orlando. Toronto is a big market, but they're not in Toronto this year. They are in Orlando. He got COVID. Yeah. Oh, Van Fleet did. I thought Kyle Lowry was 28. No, I've watched him play. Wow, I watched him play about 3 times. I want to say the last game I went to season before last was against Toronto. No, dude wasn't there yet. So it must have been 3 seasons ago I saw him. Some players are much better actors than others. That's what makes people like Lowry so valuable. And that's a good point, because he's the acting, he's the flopper, he's the foul on purpose and nobody's call. That's a good point. And I was kind of thinking that, really, why do athletes go broke after playing their sport? One Carolina's finest events. The thing is what happens is, and the brothers from California said it best, is, when you have, it's like if you come from, like Johnny Manziel, you come from a family of money, to invest your money. Johnny Manziel, it didn't matter to him. His daddy was rich. So no matter what they did, it didn't matter, because he had something to fall into. What the problem is when you go pro, most of these cats are single mamas. So you got to buy the mama a house, buy the mama a car. And you might not just buy the house, depending on your rookie contract. So you making payments. I mean, an NFL player's career is 3 years. It's down to 3 years. I was going to say 5. It used to be 5. It's down to 3 years. NFL player's career is basically 3 years. Look at the dude, Aucho, that plays on Speak for Yourself. He only played 3-4 years. That cat's still not even 30 or just turned 30. Young cat. So you put a lot of these people, again, one-parent homes, grew up modestly, and all of a sudden you got all this money. And dudes is hard-headed. Dudes won't listen, because that's another problem, is when you get all this money, what can they tell you? You sitting here listening to a financial person, and you 22 and you rich? You richer than the person trying to give you advice? So that's what happens. They overspend. They try to live a life that, instead of laying a solid foundation for themselves, like the brother that from Carolina that took the Bitcoin and his money doubled. Well, not recently. Bitcoin fell off today. The stocks fell off. I don't know if all y'all, I watched my $2,000 worth of Ford kind of dropped a little less than 2,000. I lost about, what was it, $2 grand. I was down to about 1,700 roughly from Ford. Ford dropped. Ford went from 16 to 12. And that was yesterday. I didn't check it today, but it went from 16 to 12. So I lost about, I lost about 20, 30 bucks. So let's see. So that's why, James. Bad financial planning. Yes, he is one of the Carolinas finest. Have you seen the Powerade commercial saying 24 is special? Yes, but it's not a brother. But yeah, I caught that. I'm trying to see where my daughter put her bottle, because she had a bottle showing number 10 on it. She's saying you're supposed to get 11 because her birthday's on 11, but that's what they had. But yeah, I caught that, and then I looked, and it's a European cat, so it wouldn't have made good reference. But yeah, again, it's a mocking. They showing that 24 because it's a mocking. It's a mocking. Our NBA players taking the plunge. They are not going to be forced to. At this point, they're not forcing them. Or the armed force people, they're not forcing them. Not for long. There you go. The one great answer. Kylie Muscles buys a new car every day. And that's the thing. It's like Andre Rison was saying in the NFL, it was a thing where if somebody wore a better chain than you, everybody ran out and tried to get a bigger chain. Somebody bought a new car, everybody go out and get, and that after a while that hurts your money. But the problem is saying no. A lot of cats can't say no, and you have to learn to say no. That's the thing, is you have to learn to say no. And it helps if you got solid financial people around you. That helps. And a lot of cats don't. What did they say? Everybody wants to be your honey and your buddy. Everybody wants to be your honey and your buddy. That's what happens. The Tiger Strong, the country's future is not looking good. No, I would agree. This is I look at my daughter at 9, and this is one of the worst periods in history we're coming into. I mean, what these demos are doing, they are like totally turning to the left. And if you don't think we're going into Jewish faith communism, that is what they are pushing. Socialism is communism. Liberalism comes from the Jewish faith people that turned to conversos, and then they had to come up a reason why they left the Jewish faith to become Christians. Again, it was under Inquisition, so their asses was put out of Spain. But the ones that stayed created liberalism. So liberalism is not part of capitalism. It is part of communism. Yeah, the country is heading in the dumps. A lot of financial advisors for NBA be intentionally scamming players, and that's a problem too. Agents. But I will give this little advice for everyone. Get away from tech. If any of you have money in tech, I would kind of pull out. I would pull out of tech, because it looks like I was listening to one cat today, and it looks like tech is going to take a hit. So I would look at your portfolio to see about tech and what, like if you into Facebook, you into Google, trying to think of other companies. Microsoft, I would say right now, pull away from there. Not to say that some things are going to go up, but I'm saying I think tech's about to take a hit. I think everything else is going to do well, but they are going to take a hit. Because I listen to this cat that's been on the money the last few years, and yeah, I think the techs are going to take a hit. Remember, they're going to be in front of Congress again tomorrow. So I want to see that again, to see them put their asses under pressure with their censorship. And the censorship really started right after election. When they took my other channel off without any warnings, that was Democratic motivated. That is demo motivated. I know it was. If they was going to take me off, they would have gave me a strike when Charles pulled a gun out. Y'all remember? I don't know if y'all remember my old show, Charles pulled a gun out, and then I showed my little 38, which was stupid. I just overreacted. I just watched what Charles did. But they would have done it then, I thought. I thought that was a mistake. I know that was a mistake I made, but they never gave me a strike for that. But 3 days, they paid me $175, and then they took my channel off 3 days after he's in. So Elon Musk, well, but see, this is the whole story. The one he said, yes, you can buy a Tesla with Bitcoin, but he said once Tesla got the payments, they wasn't going to turn it into money. They was going to keep it into crypto. So that's the whole part of that, which is really interesting. He said he's not taking those payments and putting it back into fiat cash. He's keeping it in crypto. It's going to be interesting to see how the government responds to that. And then the dollar, all the money took drops. I mean, one thing you got to look at is what they keep high is the pound. They always keep the pound almost 30 to 40 cents above the dollar. Now, Australia seems like a good buy to go down to Australia. You can ball in Australia. Our money is worth more in Australia than Canada. And Canada is normally 30 to 40 cents less, or around 30 cents. But in Australia, our money does well. But matter of fact, I think the dollar was down to 96 or 95 cents today. So that's why we have 99-cent stores, again, because our dollar is not generally every day worth $1. Very rarely is it worth $1. They keep it below the pound. So that's for the Vatican, and that's for England. That's why they keep the pound higher, because again, the euro, remember Jay-Z and them was all showing euros and shit? Yeah, that shit fell out. And so notice every time there's a border crisis, we have a mass. Yeah, that's part of it. But again, it's the same story all over again. It's the same story again and again. Same story. Zach was running a scene, and it just didn't look real. You see a dude laying in the store, there's no blood. Now, if anybody's ever shot an animal, the animal is going to bleed some. But you see in a dude, like as soon as you walk in the double doors, you see a dude laying on the ground, no blood. There was somebody laying in the street, no blood. So that's called PSYOP. Look into the energy companies, especially hydrogen stuff. Good advice. As a Colorado, I'm not gonna say James, but it appears like it. It really appears like it. The numbers are always the same. Like you tune into Zach, and Zach's breaking all those numbers down. There's others that do it too, but it's always the same. The numbers always add up to the same. And then the border thing, what gets me is, again, look at them people that supposed to walk all these miles and they always wearing clean clothes. But good point, Greg Deep. Very good point. I told myself I was going to be done if the Colorado had 3 names. Again, he did have 3 names. Then what Sly showed was the one leg. I noticed that too when they brought him in, the one leg thing. And then you got the racist thing. Well, brothers get killed and they arrest these guys. But he had a Muslim name. Shaming is all. All black quarterbacks seem to go through the shaming. Yeah, he's going through the shaming, definitely. And it's going to cost him some money, win or lose, because that's what they're trying to go after. They're going after Deshaun Watson's money. But because they could have got before, but now they're trying to say he's a serial weirdo. And that's what they're trying to paint him as, a serial weirdo. And don't expect him to start the season unless they settle beforehand. But again, the one woman that says coerced, the only way you can coerce somebody is grab them by the neck and throw them down there. But other than if you say, I'm going to give you some money, that's a contract. They give you a massage, you're like, I would like some head. How much? And once they agree, that's a contract. So I think that's what's going to get happening to it. Hey, Lorenzo, thank you. But yes, the brothers go through the shaming. Had to be, yeah. And again, that's the first thing that Biden jumps in there. Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks supposed to talk tomorrow. Tom Hanks supposed to have his first press conference tonight. Now, I call him slow falling up the stairs Joe. Slow falling up the stairs Joe, or Tom Hanks when he speaks. but that's the thing. It's gun control all over again. That's the first thing they show. New York, you can't own guns. Has that stopped killing in New York? You can't even have a registered gun in New York. New York bans guns. New Jersey's pretty much the same way. That's why dumbass Plexico Burris. That's why he went to prison. He had a gun, shot himself, and the Glock is the hardest gun to shoot yourself. But this dumbass goes in the club wearing a gun in some freaking sweatpants. How stupid do you have to be to carry a gun? Now, if you've got a Velcro holster, okay, I can see wearing sweatpants. But if you just think that sticking a gun in your sweatpants, then again, who is he beefing with like that? Why go to a club if you beefing with people? Stupid. Yeah, this Watson stuff, yeah, I think it's bullshit too. But yeah, it's definitely a psyop. I thought it was a red stocking, the Colorado dude had on his leg. It did look funny. I haven't heard anything about a shooting since 19. Yeah, I mean, all these people were saying what Trump did. But the thing with Trump was the one at the mall, they showed it was fake. Wasn't the Vegas thing under Trump? We know that one's fake. So it's like all of them is pretty much fake. And we don't want to talk about the Alex Jones situation. I knew somebody lived down there, so I know that one was fake. That one was definitely fake. And even the suing Alex Jones, that was just shaming Alex Jones. That's all that was. He agreed and they shamed him, but look at that stuff. That was all psyop. It's gun control. But you knew it. Come with the Democrats, you knew. Because even the shootings, now one time did Uncle Imbecile come in there and say they take away the guns. Because he knows that's ridiculous. But that shows this communism behind it. Because communism calls for no guns. No guns, except, see, what it causes is the crooks can have guns. What did they say? It is almost 1 billion guns, something like that, in America. So yeah, and that was why they attacked Texas. That was the real reason the attack on Texas was because Texas is the most armed state in the world. And they want to do anything they can to make people turn, because it's not about registering guns. It's about turning them all in. Buyback. That's what it's about. And then the stupid shit you see in today, donuts for the plunge. Donuts for the plunge. Michigan was giving you a bag of weed, at least a bag of weed, but a donut, and these dumb motherfuckers is smiling with their donut, and they getting the plunge in their car. How brain dead do you have to be to get a plunge in your car? It's like they were saying the Chinese was putting their ass out the window, and they was plucking them with the thing, and like, okay. Shit, you could have 4 people at a time get the plunge. Everybody put their arm out at the same time. We are see, this is the thing. We got a lot of dumbass smart people. We're in a country with dumbass, no common sense smart people. That's the problem that we're facing right now. These people believe everything they see on television. There is no critical thinkers. Smart people. I just had to blast my cousin, who's the freaking professor at Texas A&M. Had to blast. He's my first cousin. Well, second, yeah, he's my first cousin. He's my aunt's son. Him and some dumbass. I had to call them Boy Scouts. You live in Texas, baby. And that ain't the answer. The one thing you got to get out of Red Dawn is them communists was walking down the street and they was getting shot at from every house. That is the beautiful thing that America can do. They come in and just with guns, is everybody gonna have guns? Everybody. There was somebody did like a little skit and shit, and that's what they were showing. Every house you went to, they was trying. It was like showing robbers, and every house they tried to rob, motherfuckers was shooting at their ass. It's like every house these robbers tried to go, somebody was shooting at their ass. And that's the thing is, it's better to have a gun and not need it than to need a gun and not have it. And that is what they're setting themselves up for. Because are they going to take the police ARs away? Ain't nobody saying that shit. Are they going to take the police ARs away? They ain't going to do that shit. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I call him slow falling up the stairs. How you fall up the stairs? I mean, just a goofy, whoever that is, take that old man away, go send him away. Let Tom Hanks be the dude all the time. Let him be Tom Hanks all the time, and it'll be a better thing for everybody. Put that old man in the corner, let him talk to himself. Just put him in front of a mirror and let him pretend that he's president. Hey, Pac-Man, humans in general are fucking crazy. You see the miss, that open three for the win against the Bucks. I turned it and started getting ready. I missed it. Oh, wait a minute, the Bucks. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, against the Bucks. Yep. I saw that. They're these old ass institutionalized niggas. You right. They had 3 mass shootings in my lifetime. There you go, Jay. Notice how all the sports outlets' attention went away from the Chad Wheeler beating up his girlfriend to allege exactly. They didn't even want to show his picture. They did not want to show his picture, and that's how they do it. Brother do some shit, he's on everywhere. But that dude beat that chick up. Where was all the women advocates? There not one women's advocate or women's group came in there and talked against him. Not one. Not one I saw. Not even on ESPN. All these bleeding heart demos on ESPN, and not one of them women stood up for her. And because it was a sister too. They swept that Wheeler shit away so fast. Yep. At this point, it's all ritual, very much so. Biden is just embarrassment. And again, here's a dude that said, lock the son of a bitches up when Biden had his hand. Biden had his hand in the same cocaine that Ronald Reagan. I was watching, like they got the show called the Greatest American Gangsters or some shit is the show. They need to have Ronald Reagan's ass in there because he was one of the biggest cocaine dealers. I mean, the biggest cocaine dealer in the 80s was Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was bringing in tons related to Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan is the biggest cocaine dealer we've ever had in this country. And they swept it under the rug saying Oliver North. Yeah, right. It was Reagan. See, that's where Snowfall is moving to. Snowfall is moving to making the CIA person rogue. And the government wasn't helping. That's what they want you to think. But what is interesting, in tonight's Snowfall, they showed Reagan speaking. So he was the dope dealer. But that's how it's always been. Our government has always been the biggest heroin dealers. And again, in the 60s, heroin was widely used by people. When you talk about people getting penny caps, that's enough to shoot every day. That's enough to do heroin every day. And you had functional heroin junkies. They weren't even junkies. You had functional heroin addicts. It's like that professor that's, again, when heroin is the new thing of the intellectuals, they write books about it. They bring a motherfucker on TV. He's like, well, I use heroin every day and it's really not that bad. And I've said this many times. One of my ex-roommates was a junkie or a heroin addict, and I only saw him shoot it Friday to Sunday. I never saw him do it. And he worked in the dirt every day, water construction. We worked for the water and sewer department, but he worked on the construction where he's doing a jackhammer every day. He's in the mud every day, putting pipes together. I worked on the water side, a lot easier work. So his brother didn't struggle. I didn't see him joining. Now maybe he saved them a shot for every day. I can't say. But as far as my observant, I only saw him doing on Fridays, Friday through Sunday. So Reagan called himself a kingpin. Yeah, he was. Melanated people voted for Biden. They're a disgraceful embarrassment. Yeah, Rocky. Biden be tripping. Hey, Barbara, I'm sorry. How you doing? Pac-Man. Yeah, Reagan used to call himself a kingpin because he was. Biden fell on the 9th and 11th. I mean, you guys, I don't know if you guys remember, but that's what made Chevy Chase famous. Chevy Chase became famous for making fun of Gerald Ford, because Gerald Ford was always tripping like that. And that's what made Chevy Chase famous. That's the Gerald Ford impersonation by Chevy Chase is what saved Saturday Night Live, their first season, because Chevy Chase was doing the Gerald Ford thing. And people was tuning in every Saturday to see what stupid shit Gerald Ford did. And, motherfucker tried to kill Gerald Ford, too. It was a couple people tried to pop Gerald Ford. And, he has a museum up in Grand Rapids. 9/11 ritual. I saw a picture on Instagram when Biden tripped down because of a Steph Curry crossover. That's funny. And then another person had him in the little, the chair that you sit in and it take you up the ramp. That was going around too. I saw a picture of that fall and thought they probably staged that shit. I don't know about these staged because that old man. I mean, it's not a thing to joke of. It's sad, but we've seen puppets put in before. W was a puppet. No one can think that W was in charge. Now, yes, his family owned Halliburton, not W. Well, W's one of the owners as far as the family owning it, but it was H who was running Halliburton, and H, even though he lost to Clinton, H was president again with his son. They was talking about Cheney was running shit. Hell no, it was still H running the shit. So H had 3 terms. That's why a lot of people are saying Barry. Barry's 3rd term. Now this is the argument that people got to remember. So now he's sending Harris down there. He's sending the sister girl down there. He's sending the sister girl down there to the border, and she's going to be over the border. Now a lot of people's arguing that should be Biden's job because that's what Trump did. But remember what Uncle Imbecile did. Uncle Imbecile put Pence in charge of the health stuff of this bug stuff. So to me, I was like, yeah, but I listened to that argument on Fox and I'm like, yeah, but Pence was in charge of the bug stuff. So it's the same thing. You got to see that as the same. But Sister Girl is, I really think it's Barry behind everything. I think Barry is the one pulling the strings. The media picture from the side with the clouds is Truman Show coming to life. There you go, Chris. There you go. I heard H ran shit when Reagan was being old. Well, what happened was Reagan got shot. And when Reagan got shot, they said he was almost comatose. They said they would catch him walking by himself in, just in his robe. They were saying he rarely got dressed. It's an interesting article, if you can find that article. After he got shot, it really aged him. And I don't think he recovered. And then you got his wife calling all the stars and the astrologers coming in. And, he lost it after he got shot. He lost it. So H very well could have been. And this is the thing. H barely got out of that Nixon trouble because he was his CIA. He was the CIA director. H was in that shit too. And H was able to get out of it. Oh, I didn't know and I had to resign. Yeah, that motherfucker knew. He knew. He was with Nixon. So, I believe. I saw a female had a shirt that said Reagan sold cocaine. Reagan sold more cocaine than your favorite rapper. Why am I freezing? Let's see. Okay. I saw that same thing. I saw that very same thing. I thought that was a clever shirt. I thought that was a very clever shirt. Oops. I saw that same shirt. I thought that was a very clever shirt. There we go. That is a very clever shirt. So just got off of Hope. All is well, sir. Okay. I'm glad to hear that. Raymonte. I'm glad to say that. I heard that. What is they said? He went crazy. Reagan went senile. He Alzheimer. Reagan went Alzheimer, dementia, after he got shot. It was a beautiful piece, and I'm surprised they released that. But they was talking about they were catching that dude just wandering around there, and they like had to take him back to the room. So, and he's an actor, and it's like when you like even after he got shot, when he would speak, it reminded me of Tim Reed told a story about Jack Benny. He said they had to wheel Jack Benny in, and he looked like this old man and just couldn't do shit. They wheeling him around, put makeup on. They wheeled his ass out there in front of Johnny Carson. Soon as the mic was, because when you're on stage, you see a red light. That means the camera's live. Soon as that red light on, Jack Benny just jumped up and was able to act. That's what you saw with Reagan. He jumped up and could act, but other than that, and again, they could have had a mask face because they've been doing the Mission Impossible shit. Remember, Mission Impossible came on in the 60s, and they was showing how they was pulling off masks then in the 60s. So Reagan probably had a stand-in. But just look at Tom Hanks' gestures and then look at when this dude speaks tomorrow, because that ain't going to be that old man that's flubbing his lines, can't read a teleprompter. So, hey, thank you. That's very kind words, Raymonte. Very kind words. Glitching in the Matrix. There you go. I just saw myself glitch. I'm like, what the hell? I had to have Spectrum come fix my internet today. Shit kept freezing. One bullet Reagan, go crazy. There you go. Mind control it is. Well, it's like already I'm paying $200. And I was thinking a lot of the problems was with the video game. And I stream, I'm like got about 3 different things, my backup and all that going. But it appears it ain't my son streaming. It's not. The system can't handle it. So yeah, they wanted to charge me $50 for him to come give me a new port. Because actually what they said, they was going to tie 2 ports into one. And that was going to cost me $50 just for the dude coming. And then damn near $180 more a month. I'm already paying. My shit was $180 and went up to like $205. And they're talking about that's what the networks charge them. So like, yeah, well, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. So I'm looking now at my numbers, and my numbers are about the same. So we'll see how long it goes. I know how Mr. Google likes fucking with the streams as well. What is that? Mr. Google likes to fuck with the streams too. So that's a possibility. But I'll say this. When the new company bought this company, I noticed that all the shit's been raggedy. All of it since the new company bought it was called Nevea, and I think it's called something else. I think they kept the name, but it's another company. And since this new company bought us, the shit's not been as good. I had to make them come, and they had to go into the box up the street. And too bad I can't get the bigger company, because I live it like the way the complex is, we kind of live off the road. And they say, now I had it before, but they was giving me poor service. Just fucking with them was just poor. So I switched, and I kind of wish I could switch back, because that was a little stronger. But now where I live, they're saying I live too far out. I live too far off the street that I can't get it, which is probably bullshit. Hey, Samuel. Yeah, I'm well. Thank you. How ironic that CBS did a breaking news on the shooting when the network had a Colorado basketball team playing at the same time. Yeah, how can you figure that? And Colorado is a Western state where a lot of people are. But what did they say? They tried to restrict magazines in Colorado, but it is unconstitutional for cities to do it in Colorado, so they can't do it. So, because Western states are more armed than Eastern states. Again, New York ain't armed at all. So, New York and New Jersey. But it hasn't stopped murders. That's the thing. It hasn't. What has it stopped? It hasn't stopped anything. So keep that in mind. It is not stopped. Just because they don't allow people to have guns in New York has not stopped crime. So keep that in mind. Well, take a break. I can give the divinations. I believe we are day 16. Let me double check. We are day 16. And in day 16, we are Gib, which is cosmic force, ability to contact and communicate with galactic consciousness. And the energy is coming from the south. And if you look at this one and you look at that one, you see why they put some of this English. They looked at our stuff and they said, well, what can these people remember? That's why you see stuff like that. In this card, we see an image under the head of a vulture. We see a ascetic pronouncing words of power. He is seated on top of a pyramid because he is the voice of the divinity. In the upper left, the same as other Tapanoli cards, we see the number 16, the Natal way of writing. The vulture represents the beginning of a new cycle that will be nurtured by the remains of what was before. Its meaning is close to that of its companion. Right in front of the vulture, the calendar of Tapanali card 6, the death card. Both cards relate to the process of death in the sense of renewal. The difference is that while the death card means arrival at a new stage when the previous one is ended, the vulture card means the blooming of life coming from the remains of what used to be alive. Death is the growing that happens through letting go. Vulture is the growing that incorporates remains of what was. The end of a cycle brings some sorrow and grief, but now the vulture comes to transform the corpse that you saw with rejection and sadness into an offering that nurtures the new cycle you are entering. The vulture announces renewal. The loss of what you had may be painful for a period of time, but what is ended is not just gone and forgotten. It is present in the new stage of your life in the form of a wisdom that you've gained through the experience. Relationship, business, projects, dreams, or what you are so immersed with. The wisdom will nurture your experience, contributing to the evolution of your life. The vulture card that comes from the ashes of what was. You should rescue the lessons of everything that you learned so that your loss may turn into a gain. Don't let your heart sink. Be grateful for all that you have enjoyed and learn even through the loss itself. The end of what you used to love is just the beginning of a new stage. Full promise of it for a new life and amazing possibilities. The ignorance see the vulture as a sign of death. The wise see it as a sign of renewal for life. As the vulture does, take the gifts that are left among the remains of what has died and use them to soar to heights that you have never imagined. See if there's any activities. So, if there's anyone out there that resonates with, I send that power to you. You know I give freely. So, Cosby was first to buy Fox and became the first major media owner. Cosby was about to buy Fox. I know that he had tried to buy CBS too, Samuel, and they killed his son when he tried to buy CBS. His loan was approved by a bank, and he was instead publicly shamed. Instead of him coming up to major, he goes to illuminated jail. Fox is sold to Disney, and another person comes up with a weather network to throw the public off. Yeah. And you know what? I don't even have the weather network on my cable. I couldn't tell you the last time I had the weather network. It's not in my cable. And I had the other type of cable too, and it's not on that cable either. So who has the weather? I mean, it's not a thing anymore. Not really. And I know phones killed the weather network too. Like, shit, I got a thing that'll show. And hell, I got a weather thing that, why would I, like, it's do stocks and everything. It do stocks, the weather, it'll show me radar right here on the phone. Yeah, the Dow took a hit. It was down 3 points, 3,200 and 420. The S&P was down 3.889. And APL, Apple, was down to minus 245. Yeah. So you got to watch those numbers. Wonder what they're doing in Europe right now. Because, you know, they still trade. They still trade. China has a trade. Australia is trading. And so it's never stopping. But, man, all this red. All this red. What made money today? BR&K was up. Disney's down. GE's down. HD is up. Nike's down. SBUX is down. Verizon again, the phone company's doing well. So Apple didn't do so well. Apple took a hit today. Instead of him coming up major, he goes to Philadelphia, gets Philadelphia when Phil State is one of the strictest gun laws in the country. Yeah, Lorenzo. 15 days weather apps. There you go. You know, Bill Cosby tried to buy NBC. Remember, she showed, he tried to, but I think he said this time, yes, the first time he did try to get NBC. I think this time he might have went after Fox. I think he tried 2 different times. And he thought Boulay, watch I spy. His password to get in is Boulay. Oh, and this is what people astounds people. Like Facebook is nothing but, and Instagram is a place to do rhetoric. That's all it is. It's a place to do rhetoric. And I talked to one of my teammates, and we talked over an hour, about an hour and a half. And he said, well, next time we talk, maybe we can talk politics. But it's like, I've known this person for 40 years. Why would I waste time talking about shit I just be bullshitting with? I mean, politics, I talk shit on Facebook, but when I'm with my brothers, why would I waste my time talking that shit? That shit don't mean nothing. Like my other friend that's with the Department of Defense, I guess that's what I'll say about what he does. We talked for 2 hours, not one time about this bullshit. Because when people mean something to you, all this bullshit don't matter. You talk about what's real in your lives. And that's what I think people don't get. People really thought when Biden won, they won. Especially these black folks. They really thought it was up for them. Atlanta talking about they did something. Who did they put in front of Atlanta? They put a sister. They put a sister in front. Thanks to sister that lost. This chick lost when she ran for governor. So how was she a hero? You did something for the man. So you a bed wench. She was a bed wench. You ain't do something to uplift our people. And that's how they got food. How did the people get uplifted? Because slow falling up the stairs Joe won. Now they see that the shit ain't good for them. Similar to Chirac. There you go. One of those other biggest, which one was the other's biggest shooting broadcast? Which one was one of the other ones? That's the broad. Yeah, that's what they do. It's like the one from in Vegas, the shooting in Vegas. It's no way that person just did all that. Nobody noticed all this shit. They got a million cameras everywhere, and then nobody noticed he's bringing all these big bags that's unusually shaped, and ain't nobody think twice about it. Do you know how hard you got to break a window in a hotel in Vegas? You'd have to have a damn sledgehammer to break one of them windows. Them ain't normal windows. Oh. It said, plug this motherfucker in. Okay. There you go. Turn me on. Turn me on. Turn me up. So it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Yes, Fox was releasing, but information not fluid or transparent for everyone. Yeah, it was. Yeah. I think he did make a go at Fox. Yep. Really got people believing they winning. Yep. Truck flags still flying here in California. I got a neighbor that has one. He's a couple blocks from me, but he still has his shit up. So yeah, it's the people. And it's not that I agreed with Uncle Imbecile that much, but it just, that motherfucker that's in there now was way worse. Way worse. Where was the war? Yeah, they took out a general, but that's it. They ain't got troops starting to mill back over in the Middle East. They trying to send troops back in Afghanistan. Then they're war hawks. These people are war hawks. They see, that's how at least Trump pulled everybody out of the countries. Stop paying these motherfuckers. But see, slow falling up the stairs Joe, that's how they want to repay the people that got him in there. Send them back in these countries. And this is the thing. This is the thing, what the United States is. And I believe this right here. All troops need to come back to America. All bases all around the world need to be dissolved because they are still under the document of discovery and Papa Bulls. That the Catholic Church owns everything. They think they own all souls in the world, and they think they own all lands. And this is where they put it. Discovered and undiscovered. They think if they really send a motherfucker to another planet, that they could kill the life there and put it under a Popeye bull, or it would still be under the document of discovery. If they really could go to another planet, they really think that they would own that. They would do the same thing like they've done all around the world. And they would, these wizards would cause a black plague and wipe out what's ever there, because that is their way. That is the way of the me or the my. I mean, what did Silver Surfer's dude do? Silver Surfer would come and look at the planet. He would tell that motherfucker, come eat that shit up. You save my planet, eat these rest of these motherfuckers up. That's the me or the my. And that's really how these people are. They would go to another planet or a new earth, if you called it, and they would, because of document of discovery, they think they'd have every right. Every right. Columbia, manifest destiny. That is what they would claim. Don't you know these motherfuckers, when they were supposedly going to the moon, these motherfuckers was positioned and saying they own the moon. They own these parts of the moon. They was claiming that the moon is on my property at this amount of time, so we own that part of the moon. This is how they was already trying to say they own shit. They ain't going to these other planets if they could, which they ain't there. But this is their attitude. Kill anything that's there, and if there's any natural resources, we own it. That's how they feel. They feel that if they really had could go to these other planets, that they own them already because of this document of discovery that was written in the 1400s, late 1400s. That shit's how they feel. That is how they still feel. Look, we are run by the Catholic Church, who are really Jewish faith people. It ain't the Jesuits. It's still the Jewish faith people, because the Jesuits is Jewish faith people. Don't try to act like they something separate. They are all under the Jewish faith people. Why the Pope wear the little Jewish hat? They are all still under the Jewish faith people. Now, I know other channels want to say the Jesuits. The Jesuits still work for the Jewish faith people. You ain't saying that. You covering something up, because it is all run by the Jewish faith. Ain't got nothing to do with the Jesuits. The Jesuits ain't in charge. The Jesuits work for them. It ain't no really Catholic religion. It is the Jewish faith. Why do you think the Bible got their stories, the Torah? Why? Why do you think that is? If Christianity and Islam was something different, they wouldn't have any of the Jewish stories in there, Jewish faith stories. But all of them have that in there. So you can't skip that out. And I think people overlook that. They don't overlook that shit. They ignore that shit. So that shows agenda. That shows agenda. You talk about everybody else, but you don't talk about them. Shit, I'm an alpha, baby. I'm an alpha. I'll tell this to any motherfucker. I'm an alpha. I ain't just a weak-minded motherfucker, a weak-acted motherfucker. I'm an alpha. So tell the truth. You want to decode shit, decode it properly. Decode it properly. Don't give them a pass. And that's what I see a motherfucker doing, who was on earlier tonight, giving them motherfuckers a pass. Want to blame the Jesuits. It ain't the Jesuits, baby. Say who it really is. Quit giving them a pass, or is you paid off? That's what it make me think. And I'm hearing this Jesuits for a year. That made me think you paid off. It's still the Jewish faith people. The Jesuits are the Jewish faith people. Quit giving them a fucking pass. It ain't all the Jesuits. Yeah, I hate that too, Mr. Westside. It's fucked up. Yeah, owning the moon. This is a real thing. It was motherfuckers that was claiming parts of the moon because they were saying the moon is over there for so many hours. The moon was over their property for so many hours, and because of all them hours they was over the moon, they laid claim to those parts of the moon. They was like, well, this the moon right here, this little, see that crater right there? That crater is over my property for 10 hours, so I own that shit. And you were seeing claims like that. That shit was funny. I remember reading that shit as I was older. I remember reading that shit. I was like, this is some crazy shit. It's all the religion. No, it's only one religion. It's only one. It ain't all. It's only one. One religion. That's it. No, I'll take it back. If you look at the Buddhists, they ain't got nothing to do with the Jesuits. They ain't got nothing to do with the Jewish faith. They're separate. But Islam, Christianity, and Jewish faith is all the same. One and the same. Buddhism is separate. But other than that, those three is really one. There's really one. It ain't all. It's only one. Those three are one. If you a Muslim, if you call yourself a Christian, if you call yourself Jewish faith, you all in the same. You carry the same book. You carry the same book. Now, you think Islam don't pay the Pope? Look at that up. They always have paid the Pope. Why they pay the Pope? If they separate from the Pope, why do the Jewish faith pay the Pope? No, excuse me. Why do the Muslims pay the Pope? They still pay. They pay their dues to the Pope. You can look that shit up. Look it up. Don't take my word. Do your work and look it up. Muslims pay the Pope too. But they use the same book. I mean, don't y'all read the stories? Excuse me, my leg's hurting. I haven't sat in this position for a while, so I'm trying to get my leg comfortable. Y'all ain't heard the stories where it's one of the Muhammad's uncles that say that dude is up there, ain't who he say he is. Y'all read them stories? Who is this dude? This is a phony. This ain't the real dude. Look up the who Allah was in the Macabre or in the where the black thing is, where Jesus tore up all that stuff. Allah was one of them idols. Allah was an idol that was in the Macabre or whatever that's called, where Jesus said the change people, that place. Allah was one of the idols. That's how old that Allah figure is. It was an idol. It was an idol that was called Allah. Look it up. The Cabal. Cabal is still the same thing. It is still, I don't trust any organized religion, even the Eastern ones. They're all in on it. It just ain't the Jesuits. Yeah. Pope went to collect the money from Iraq. Ethan, what's happening? Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm telling you, they all pay them. You can find the records. They've paid them from the beginning. You know, now somebody brought up, what was the guy's name from Harlem? The skinny dude. He was with the funny dude. The dude who was always going, the cracker this and the cracker that. Whatever the skinny dude did, he did a thing of the Masons and showed that the cube and how they created that, and it ain't that old. That was good work. That was good work. He bust that shit out. That was good work. And we know Stonehenge is phony. That shit's phony. That's a tourist attraction. I don't even believe in Kemet. Oh yeah, there's nothing to believe. Mecca. Yeah, the cube in Mecca. That shit. Whatever the skinny dude, he did that thing. That was pretty good. That he showed that they built that shit in the 30s. But yeah, even Kemet. Why do you think they want to do Kemet? Why do you think the Masons love Kemet so much? Why do you think the mugs in Europe love Kemet so much? Because that is where their information comes from. They don't love Babylon as much. They sure don't love Sumer. They don't love that shit as much, but they love Kemet. They love it. Because that is where their wisdom comes from. That is how limited they were. After they killed all the Black Plague, killed all the original people that was in Europe. That's why it's called the Black Plague for a reason. It decimated the melanated people in Europe. That's the whole story. It decimated them. And again, that had to be on purpose. Trying to say a flea is on a damn rat, and we know that the people wasn't as dirty. But what happened? Dark ages afterwards. Dark ages after they killed all the melanated people in Europe. St. Patrick's Day. It should not be, not one melanated person should celebrate St. Patrick's Day. That is St. Patrick, who was the original Christopher Columbus, because it's a title, and killed all the Twa people. The Twa people are the snakes. That's the snakes he got out of Ireland. Is the vagina in the comet? Is the vagina the comet? I don't know. I don't know. That's a question. I don't know. You got to ask a better question. Eye of Horus is pineal gland. Okay. Yeah, I feel that. Oh, you're saying is the, okay. Yes, Eye of Horus is pineal gland. They used it for that later, but it is deeper than that. It is deeper. And it was known before that. It is definitely known before that. But see, all Western, that's Western. That's who taught the Western. It appears, it appears like people came out of nowhere damn near. And then that's who educated them. One thing that Elijah Muhammad put, the big head scientists, when he talks about this is part that's true. When the big head scientist talks about shading people out, that was done in China. You look at some Chinese people now. Chinese people used to be yellow people. Look at them now. They ain't yellow folks no more. But they was the first country to do that, to try to breed out the darker skinned people. So when he talked about the big head scientists and who taught them, that's a little bit of, it's, in all myth, there's a little bit of truth in the myth. So, Yakab, yes, thank you. Ankh symbolizes a lot of things. Yeah, it does. It does. And you can't just say it was there, because you see that everywhere. The Ankh ain't just there. You see it in other countries all around the world. It ain't just one place. Again, what you see in Kemet, and one thing they can't deny is people in America taught some of them people too, because we see potatoes from America. We see the mummies with cocaine, and they ain't from the people handling the mummies and shit. They knew about cocaine over there, so the Americans had their hand in helping those people as well, and they could have been betrayed. The people, because they helped a lot. They brought them Greeks down there. They hated their own people. Pythagoras. You know what they did to Pythagoras? They murdered Pythagoras. He's one of the ones that basically did calculus, and this motherfucker got murdered. They sent him to Kemet to learn, and this motherfucker gets murdered. So it's a murderous history that's always been around. It's always been around. So, our history is nothing but lies. Nothing but lies. That's the thing. See, they brought in this information age. So it ain't nothing you can't find. All you gotta do is find the shit and be a researcher. Keep researching. This is the thing with society. Motherfuckers sell anything. Motherfuckers sell anything. The information age. So they will sell anything. Hey, Edward, thank you for joining me. I hope you're well, brother. I hope you're well. Thank you for joining me. And I'm gonna say this in front of everybody, Edward. Edward, your information, you're unique. Nobody teaches what you teach. So you don't have to quantify by the people you watch. Your information is unique. Because I think you kind of think that you have to kind of quantify your information by mentioning these other channels. Your stuff is unique by yourself. You don't need to, you do good work without mentioning them. So keep that in mind. You do good work. There's no one else that researches, no one else that goes at it like you do. You're unique in your way. So keep that in mind. But I hope you're well, brother. I hope you're well. So it's like we almost got to unlearn this stupid shit that we taught. It's almost like we got to unlearn the shit and then learn the real stuff. They got you believing you need to go to college. You know how many plumbers that done lived and died and never went to college? Electricians lived and died, didn't go to college. Architects, you don't have to go to college to read blueprints. You can be an engineer without going to college. My stepfather was an engineer at General Motors with a high school diploma. Yes, they taught him the way, because he was it leaves me. But he was an industrial engineer for General Motors for 30 years. I knew a dude that was a fucking chemist that worked at what's now called Pfizer. High school education. I have to say once you, because any job you go in, you got to be trained no matter what you, but they lie to people. And then this college shit is a scam, giving these motherfuckers loans and you be under the loan for the rest of your life. What is the famous one? The girl said she paid 30, she said her loan was something like 30 grand. She ended up having to pay 70, 80 grand. She had paid 30 grand in like 25 years and still owed another 30 grand. It's a scam. They may act like they're helping students because you can get these loans, but then you're under debt. Debt. It's a scam. Then you're going to take, when I went to high school, you could still woodwork. They would show you how to be an electrician. They would show you plumbing. You can start working on houses. We had an auto shop. You could start working on cars. And they cut all that out. Title IX came in. It was more important to give girls their rights. Buy girls' jerseys, even though the girls' sports don't bring in any money. Cut all that shit out that's helping people. But see, that was an attack against the people. That was an attack against the people because they're not giving you these skills anymore. They're not letting you do apprenticeships because they had it where if you was building on houses, you could apprentice. If you put in windows, whatever you did, do plumbing, electrician, you could do apprentice work. They cut that out, forcing people to lie of going to college was the only way. I mean, shit, the fucking be a doctor come under the Rockefellers. That's why the Rockefellers want to attack, took hemp off, because hemp had so many things that it could help you with. And the hemp, you could grow it and start getting all this technology from fucking with the hemp. Hemp could be made, cardboard could be made out of. You know, when I worked at Fibbert, it was called Fibbert. Do y'all know what Fibbert is? The Nazis' Messerschmitt was made with Fibbert, which is a type of cardboard, which you can make from hemp. We made doors. We made at one time there was a joint venture between the Malibu and the Toyota Corolla or Camry. So it's probably, let's see, Brennan wasn't born, so 97, 98, somewhere in there. Those Malibus and Camrys, it was the same doors. It was the exact same doors made out of the Fibbert. Fibbert is a type of pulp which can come from hemp. You pulverize, you smash it up, you pulverize it, you heat it up, boom, you got a door. And you know how easy it is to repair that door. If it's not fitting right, you can just sand that shit down. We had sanders in there. That's all they did. Is they did the sanding, they glued it. Easier to work with than plastic. And then you put the shell over it. That could be made with hemp very easily. So, what did I miss? Theorem is a write-off to Hootie's opening of the mouth ceremony used to bring a sire back to life. They make money mainly off the interest of the loans. There you go, Edward. They do. That's the scam. That is the scam. To make money off the loans, to make the interest. Yes, absolutely. That is the scam. And people are so tired of it because you lied to to say the only way to make it is to go to college. When we looked at our parents, we looked at a generation that had more children, and the mothers didn't even have to work. See, this is what the feminist movement lied to everybody. You need to go out there and work too. Well, now in the economy, you was forced to work. But we had a system where the women stayed home. One job or two, hustling. But the feminists went in there and said, no, you guys should work too. Excuse me. And then now it's Women's Month. And it's like almost fuck brothers. Well, you know, this needs to be the first black woman that did this, or This is the first black. I mean, it's just like fuck brothers, fuck brothers. That's what it is. It's like a fuck what the brothers think. So it's some bullshit, guys. It's some bullshit. Do you have you considered writing a book? I've been asked. I was asked almost 6, 7 years ago to write a book. And about what? I mean, about what? My thing is, how do I want to say this? The person that first cut into me about writing a book, it made me leery about book writers in general. And not that it's a bad thing or good thing, it don't fall under that. But it was like okay, I was on, what was his name? Black Dot out of Chicago, Black Ice, Black Dot. I can't remember what his name. Maybe it was Black Ice out of Chicago. And this dude came on, and all the dude props they could give him is that he wrote a book. Anybody can write a book. Anybody. So I don't know. I don't see that. I guess if I can write a book about what I get out of the South America, the religions out of South America, and the hero twins and how it goes to sports, maybe. But I ain't that exciting. Will the dollar crash in this decade? Shit, man. We watched this shit damn near crash today. That is what, if we go into inflation is going to be. The inflation means that the dollar is going to be worth less and they print more money. That's what inflation is. So we're going to see that dollar is creeping again. The dollar was worth, let's see today. So I'm not just talking shit. What was the dollar? I think it was 96 cents today. Let me start again. Nope. How much was the dollar today? Man, that don't tell me shit. Okay, shit. Wow. Okay, a dollar is worth 8.5 of a euro. Let's see. Now this is bullshit. But today the dollar was worth less, and it's not giving me what I want. Oh, maybe it will. Let's see. It's going to give me the same answer. See, it's got Britain in there. Because it ain't the euro, it's the pound. I don't see the pound in here. Where's the pound? Let's see. Yeah. Well, okay. 7.3 against the pound. 7.3 against the pound. Wow. Oh, when you was on the panel, you was asked by 3 guys to write a book. Okay. See, that's the thing. It's something else there. It almost seems Masonic kind of way. That's what I like. That's what I get out about a book. It's almost a Masonic in a way. Women's Month is so bad that a boy, not a man, but a boy can be a female. He got interviewed. Yep. If guys keeping them shit, you know who I'm talking about. I know you're talking about. How much longer do you think coins are going to be used? Like where I live, banks, unless you got an account, banks won't give you coins anymore. Used to could just go to supermarkets handing out coins. Banks would give you coins. I have to pay for the drive. We got a unit in my building and we got to pay quarters. And quarters ain't easy to come by. You go somewhere and give them quarters and dimes and nickels, they taking that shit. So, but again, they purposely are taking coins out. As you see, if a dollar is only worth 73 cents to a pound, a dollar is only worth 73 cents to a pound. Trying to find. So if you're trying to buy a pound, you trying to buy a pound with $1 and it's only worth 73 cents, we taking a hit. I don't remember seeing it this low. So that tells you right there, $1 is only worth 73 cents to the pound. So if you go over to Britain, your dollar ain't worth shit. Your dollar really ain't worth shit. This is how it used to be in Canada. Canadian money used to be that compared to American money. Canadian dollar would only be 50, 60 cents sometimes. So that's why everybody liked going over there buy cigarettes. That was one thing they'd bust you for, is if you brought back too much liquor or you brought back too many cigarettes. If they seeing you all the time and they ain't thinking you going over to the casinos before they put the casinos in Detroit, and they think you buying liquor and cigarettes, they was busting you. Because that's what people was doing. People would buy cheaper liquor and cheaper cigarettes. So yeah, I think the coins ain't going to be here very long. They are very rare. They're coming rare, which doesn't make them worth more. And then your dollar is only worth 73 cents to a damn pound. Come on. And I think the pound closed like at 1.09, something like that. I caught that. I think the pound was like 1 point something. So the dollar is not worth $1. That's why you see them taking 99 cents. That's why you were seeing pennies. You know, people was turning in pennies for the copper, melting them up and turning them into copper. Because it was like, what's the point of having these pennies? And I told this story where a dude had saved every penny he had, he just threw it in the basement. They came in his place, he had 200-some thousand worth of pennies. Bank took it all. Well, what would be the best thing to help hypersexuality? I don't think you can take, no. Right now, I did run across that today. Right now, let me remember how she put it. Check the astronomy charts. I think there's something in the Venus that right now is throwing a lot of that energy in now. But just in general, I mean, how do you get away from it? How do you really get away from it? Because you watch TV and they practically is soft porn. What was considered soft? I had the Playboy channel back in 83. No, maybe 82, 83. And what they did on the Playboy channel was considered soft porn. Regular TV show you soft porn. Everywhere you go, you seeing billboards. They wearing less and less. So, I mean, the thing about it is, if you look at it really, who you sharing that energy with? That's the worst of it. It's like, do you want to share that energy with everybody? It's better to share your own energy. I mean, honestly, it's better to keep your energy and then sharing it with people, because that's a slight connection with everybody. And I mean, I can't talk. When I was young, I was the same way. I mean, hell, when I was like 3 of my baby mamas, I had a relationship with them women going on for 10 years, all 3 of them. For 10 years, I had 3 women. They all had babies by me. And I told the story the other night, how they would meet and shit and say, you shouldn't see him, you shouldn't see him. One of them she never fucked with any one of them. She knew about the other 2, but she never had to think she was living with a motherfucker. So, I guess it comes down to what is more important to you in life, because is sex the only thing that's driving you? Because that don't last. When you get older, you know, when you start having these relationships when you're older, it ain't about the sex anymore. It's about a connection. And a lot of times you can fuck somebody without having a connection. It's a spiritual aspect of having sex. It really is. I mean, when you are really with someone that means something to you, your souls, you know, your auras and everything start really connecting. And when you with somebody that just have sex and you might not never see them again, it's like, even when you having sex with that person, your auras ain't really matching, because it knows who you are. Now, maybe that person is reaching for you, but you turn that shit off. So there's no spiritual part. And that's the part about sex that's been taken away. There's no spiritual aspect. And I ain't saying Catholics, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying just generally, sex should be a spiritual thing. Again, if you want to catch a rocket ship, you catch a woman when she goes, when she orgasms. I mean, that's one of the greatest rocket ships you could ever go. I mean, I've had women that took me on way more rides just from that, just me holding on. Because that's how far they can take you. They're closer to the source. The fire that I don't want to say it created it all, but the fire of the source is closer to women than it is with men. We come from women. There's no way to get around that shit. Women was here before motherfuckers was here. There's no way to get around that. The female source is older than the male source. And that gets in a little bit of Sophia creating Marduk. She created Marduk without a man. Let's see. So, that's what seems like a brain injury caused it. It could be too. But again, the liquids in your body, not drinking enough water. It's a lot of things that can cause that. So, but it's just, you got to look at it as sharing your energy. And again, I went through it as a younger person. Like the person I'm talking to now asked me like how many women I had dated. I've dated over 100 and some women. I've been with over 100 and some women easily. I went to a black college. I mean, I lived during the disco free love era. I mean, really in the 70s and the early 80s, if you went to a bar, you could find a woman to go have sex with. You was going home. That's how everybody was. Everybody came to a bar to find somebody. That's what free love was. That is why they created AIDS, to kill free love. And so what they did is, not only did they put the AIDS in, and they said, well, since we can't kill it, then we'll turn it up. We'll turn it up. So people, that's all they want to do. That's the Sodom and Gomorrah shit. Motherfucker come in town, you got a hump on him. They're like, hey, there's a booty in town. We have not hit. And they knocking on the door. Hey, we have not hit that booty. Bring that booty out here. That's what the Jewish faith people wrote about. The Greeks. That's a story talking shit about the Greeks. But that's what they want to make you think. It was a society like that. Anybody come in town, they got to be humped. That's what the story is. Hey, there's a fresh booty in there, and we have not waxed it, and hey, you got to bring it out. Shit, the angel came out. They wanted to fuck the angel. They're like, hey, the angel ain't got no shit we can fuck. What's up with you? I missed something. I missed something here. Let's go back so I can read the question. I'm sorry, I get to talking. It seems like in the Syracuse versus Houston game would go under 100 for both teams. Can't really shoot the ball. That's a good one. I'm saying that might be on the under. Damn, I heard them say about the over and under. Damn, forgot. Should have wrote it down. Yeah, that might be a good one, Sebastian. Ask me tomorrow. I'll check it out again. Yeah, that's not yoga. Chicks are doing. Edward Bailey. Derek, for I know the title Naked Yoga is a smoke screen. What area of South America would you visit first? La Maza, La Venta was where it's a pyramid made by the Omen and where the heads are. Well, a lot of the heads are in Mexico City now, but I was still La Venta. I would still want to go La Venta because it's a pyramid there that they built. The oldest pyramid in the world is in La Venta. The Omen built it. And you can still walk up in and shit. So I would definitely like to see that first. See those lands. A lot of the heads, again, the statues of the hero twins are in Mexico City. Some of the heads, to keep them, they had to bring them in. But I would go see the heads too. Because people don't understand what you're seeing. You got to offer a ball to them. And you don't see people doing that. Them heads ask for a ball. And people taking pictures next to the heads and don't realize that. The hero twins are with like when you look at the hero twins are with their jaguar opposites. People don't get that. So that's where I want. And then go see the pyramid of the sun and the moon. which we know the Omen built now because they found an Omen serpentine mask, Omen style, at the bottom of that shit. So that tells you who built it. There's no way that they put that shit in there later because they just dug into that shit. And they're not publicizing that they found an Omen mask. So we know who built it now. Yep, I said that earlier. Laura restarted. Shadak. Yep, I said that earlier. Sophia is also the Greek name for the Nubian Kemetic mystery schools. Mystery. The bar and nightclub is the first environment of hookup culture. It is. But that came from free love. That came from free love. It would bring out the synthetic chick that fresh you're not sharing. It was like I was telling my friend, when Kellen Winslow they hemmed him up for being a weirdo. He had you can order just a booty and shit. You can order that it's just a vagina and a booty. And his teammates was saying he was taking that shit with him and fucking the booty in front of him. And which is interesting because sometimes you don't have a roommate. But I guess in some cases they had roommates, but they was like, he took that shit everywhere he went, and they didn't want to room with him because he was a weirdo. So he had just the torso. And then they can give you the torso with the boobs. So you're just looking at a thing, you're doing it to a thing with just boobs, no head or no nothing. How's that turn anybody on? How are you turned on by that? Or your little booty. I guess you could take the little booty and vagina thing and take it to work and shit. And you had your own office. Like, hey, secretary, I'm going to take about a 10-minute break. Somebody walk in and you doing it to this little, how does that turn you on? It's like now the Dow that used to cost $20,000, the synthetic big Dow, used to cost $20,000. Them motherfuckers $600 now. $600 for some shit that used to cost $20,000. And this motherfucker's got that shit in the crib. They'd be like, oh, I just got it dressed like that. You go in the house. I know a motherfucker had a couple of them motherfuckers. He'd have them in the corners in the house in different places. I'm like, he's a weirdo motherfucker. Oh, it's just art. No, motherfucker, it ain't art. That's what you do it to that damn doll. I ain't telling that, but that's what I was thinking. I'm like, he's a weirdo motherfucker. He had like 3 of the motherfuckers. He had them placed in different parts in his house. I'm like, he's a weirdo. Oh, it's just art. And they would always be dressed different and shit. He was kind of a friend. And every time the shit, they'd have different clothes on. I'm like, after a while, I'm like, man, what's up with changing the clothes? Because I speak my mind to everybody. Oh, the clothes get funky. And I'm like, how the clothes get funky? He got tongue-tied. I'm like, how do the clothes get funky? They just sitting there. I can see maybe you dust the motherfuckers off, but how do the clothes get funky? He didn't know what to say. I forgot about that shit. I kind of got him there. He didn't know what to say. Like, how are your clothes funky on your dolls? I used to bring out the age of the human, the non-man. That's a good point. I had forgot about that shit, but that motherfucker had he might even have 4, but I remember he had them in different spots, and they was always in them same spots. I guess, it's like, bitch, go to the corner, stay in the corner, and they would stay there. You better not get out that corner. Oh, but I stomped him on that one. He ain't know what to say. Then he came up with some bullshit, but I was like, yeah, motherfucker, I got you there. So, but yeah, it's your thing, But it could be a problem. Sex could be a problem. It could be addiction. Sex can really be an addiction. And society ain't helping you because society is hyper-sexualized. It is. It really is. The TV shit, like I was sitting there watching Snowfall. My daughter's sitting under there watching it, and I'm like looking back and forth to see if she's looking at this shit, And it's just like the shit is on there. And, we leave our homes and children have access to this shit. And they show full humping on regular TV now. Again, back in the 80s, that was called soft porn. You had the Playboy channel, that's what you saw. You saw them just humping on each other. Now, they show people humping on each other on regular TV. Not just cable. Snowfall was not cable. So, I don't know. uh, I don't know, guys. Shit's just be funny to me. The shit just be funny to me. I know a lot of people, and it's just funny. It's just funny. And I talk my shit to everybody. I've never been one to hold my tongue. I always talk shit to people. What did I hear old lady say? What did she say? She said her mother would only use a microwave. I was like, buy her a damn air fryer. She's like, shit. How did she put it? She was like, I barely trusted. Like, I wonder why. Maybe she was in a rest home or something. Because I know when my grandmother was in a rest home, she had like 2 rooms, like her bedroom, and then she had like 2 rooms. And so one room she had a little microwave and a little fridge in the room. So I imagine that's what she meant. And I was like, get her an air fryer, shit, instead of having her, nuke food. I have not used a microwave in 4 years. I have air fryers, and that's lazy as fuck, but I have not used a microwave in 4 years. Like if my son wants something, he knock on the neighbor's door. Like we need something cooked, heated up like that. I use the old pots and pans, the little pans that you can put shit in. Because microwaves, it takes everything out of the food. Now, I'll admit you just want to heat something up for quick. Okay, I understand. But still, you got something that it kills all the nutrition in the food because it's bombarding it. Remember, this shit was meant to send messages far away. Wasn't meant to cook it, but they fool people. Sex was shown during Disney cartoons. Well, look who freaking owned Disney. Look who freaking owned Disney. That was one of the biggest MK Ultra. Look at the children that go through Disney. They still won't give Britney Spears her money. She was one of them Disney persons. Look at all the people that come. Look up Annette Funicello. She was a Mouseketeer, one of the original Mouseketeers on the Mouseketeer Club. And look what Disney did to her. And later they put her in movies and shit because that's how they do it. You get abused and then they put you in movies. She was with Frankie Avalon and all them stupid ass beach movies and shit. Motherfuckers doing the twist and shit. The funniest shit I ever saw in the movie was this Annette Funicello and this Frankie Avalon. I guess people got tired of seeing them at the beach, so they put these motherfuckers in the mountains. These motherfuckers is in the mountains skiing and in the mountains skiing and shit. Somebody knocks on the door. They open the door up. It's fucking James Brown. No coat on or nothing. They're like, James Brown in the flames. This motherfucker does I Feel Good. He's doing the mashed potato and shit, singing I Feel Good. And he had Bobby Blue Bland with him and shit. Bobby is dancers. He had the motherfuckers dancing in the background. James got done. They didn't offer the motherfucker hot cocoa or nothing. James went right back out into the cold. And I'm thinking, what the fuck was that all about? Like that's very unnormal. You open the door, James Brown danced for about 3 minutes and sang, and then he leaves. They didn't even offer him a drink. They're like, well, let's give James a drink. Your boy's got to be tired. They didn't give him hot cocoa or a drink. And these dudes is up in the mountains with no coats on. James wearing the roach killers, the corner killers, the roach killers. Where, the shoe is so pointed, if a roach go in the corner, you could still kill him. You had the roach killer shoes on. I remember I was high the first time I saw that shit. I'm just going off and shit. I'm like, you don't even get no hot chocolate. not a coat or nothing, not a blanket to go back down the mountain. I guess they figured James got up here. He knows how to go back down. That's how stupid this shit used to be. Hey, guys, it's James Brown. They're rocking and shit. 3 minutes went up. James went on his way. Not a thank you or nothing. They like, he shut the door. They act like they went right back to their normal conversations. I'm like, who wrote that shit in? And why would James take the role? Like, well, James, what do you do? Well, James, we're going to act like you came up the mountain and you're going to do your song. And James was like, do I get a drink or some hot cocoa? No. No, James, the people down south wouldn't like you going into the house. What is the shit 3 nights in Miami? They have Jim Brown talk to somebody in South Carolina. The guy loves Jim Brown and dude need to move something. And what did he tell Jim Brown? He's like, hey, do you want me to come in and move something? He said, James, you know I don't let, he said, Jim, you know I don't let niggas up in the house. Nothing's changed. This is in the 60s. You know niggas can't come up in the house. Checking in at the Galactic Patrol. Hey, Smoke Toe. Derek Jackson cheating on his wife, wasn't meant to. Edward, that's nigga shit there. It's like, I don't give a fuck about him. I don't know who the fuck he is. I hear other people talking about that shit. That's nigga shit. I don't even know who this motherfucker is. I'm hearing that he got all these followings. I didn't know who the motherfucker was. If you put him in a lineup, he done beat me up. I wouldn't know the motherfucker even after then. So that's brain dead shit. That's distraction shit. That ain't even worth commenting to me. That shit ain't even, that shit I don't even entertain. I ain't even tuned into motherfuckers talking about that shit. Fuck that stupid shit. That's for brain dead motherfuckers. Fuck him. Shit. Mr. Potato Head. Do you know I had the first Mr. Potato Head? And the first Mr. Potato Head, they gave you a real goddamn potato. They gave you all the eyes and all the legs and that shit, but it came in a potato. And it seems like that gift got lost or something. So when I opened it up, the potato was fucking rotten. I remember that. The potato was rotten. I don't know if they didn't give it to me on time, but I opened it up and the potato was rotten in the motherfucker. They was giving you real potatoes that came with so after that, I guess the potato they gave you, you was able to just have your regular potatoes. And so the potato, you took a potato from your mom and you could and then I want to say when I was in first grade is when they actually gave you the plastic one. But at first it was the real potatoes. You could still find the original commercials. And it's you use the real potato and you just put the nose and shit on a real potato. That was my kindergarten gift. And then they gave me a real one. Mr. Potato Head and it's Mrs. Potato Head. So it's some bullshit. I found it. James came in on, with skis on. Okay, Greg. He said he came in with skis on. But that shit, the first time I saw that shit, I was just dying. I was good and buzzed. That shit was so funny. Yeah, the buddy saw right through. He suckered Omen, the buddy right through it. Women. Killed off Edward. Yeah, that white dude talked to Jim Brown like he was the dog when he said that to Jim. That's what I'm saying. He gave him all the props. He said, I'm your biggest supporter. Like, James, we don't let niggas come up in the house. I'm like, oh, well, there you go. I remember we went to Canada and we spent the night in Canada and I was on the bus. This dude in this 6th grade. So we go to Canada. We spend the night in the YMCA. I'm fantasizing about sneaking over with a little girl I liked in 6th grade. And, none of that was happening. We sleeping on the floor in the gym. And we were on the bus with him. We went somewhere. And I remember a Canadian boy spit candy in my face. And I punched the shit out of it. I was just putting that work in on him. And the teacher was like, this might be an international event. I'm like, and they said, what did he do? I said, he spit in my face with some candy. And the teacher looked at him and he said, did you spit in his face with candy? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, you deserve the ass whooping. My teacher was like, with it. And this was a woman. She's like, well, you deserve the ass whooping. That's what she told me. And his teacher looked kind of perplexed, was like, well, I'm like, yeah, he spit and everybody was like, yeah, he spit in his face. And Toby started whooping his ass on the bus. So I don't even know why I brought that shit up. I had another point, but I forgot it. But I don't know, guys. I just find the world amusing, and I just try to make the best out of it, and that's all. Like some hater was like, "This is what the hater told me." He said, he called me a meathead. And he said, "You act like you used to be the shit." I'm like, I have 8 children, baby. I did used to be the shit. Motherfuckers for centuries is gonna be named after me if they don't blow all the shit up. So, but I am confident in myself. Like I told my friend, I'm an alpha. I'm an alpha motherfucker. I ain't one of these cream puffs. It's interesting that the biggest support of success for brothers are among the first people to bring them down. That's kind of I need kids, Rocky said. Uh, yeah, but it's the thing is like what you see is you see the building up and the tearing down. You're exactly right. That's the ploy. It's like Watson. Look at what they did to Watson. They built him up. He crying 100 and some million contract, and then all these things coming in. He's disgruntled. How long they want to play the disgruntled rich black dude? You know, how long they want to do that to us? Because all of it's an act. It's a money grab. All these people seeing you have money. And again, you can't coerce a woman to doing anything. That's your words. Like I heard a California dude talking about, he was saying it was easier to pimp European chicks because the way they was raised and stuff. When I pimped, I ain't have one woman that I had to convince. Most of the women came to me. Like the first girl came to me, she by far was the prettiest woman I ever knew. By far. When you talking about the men all paused, she was that kind of chick. The men all paused. She was the prettiest woman I'd ever met. And I mean, she literally would make motherfuckers stop and look at her. We would go out to the Mall of America and motherfuckers would be stopping left and right looking at her as she went by. With no makeup on, ain't made up. Just she had these sea blue eyes, short blonde hair, confident, but she was just pretty, and that's what she was into. She was into tricking. And she came to me. She's like, I'm tired of motherfucking robbing me. You look like a solid brother. Like, hey. And she told me to cut. I was like, hey, and we was making that money. And I was going to take this chick to Arizona with me. I was like, fuck my other girl. I was going to take her. And then my other girl was pregnant with my middle son. And so that was the only reason. And I never saw her again. But that chick, she is by far the prettiest woman I ever met. She was the men all paused pretty. And shit, she knew how to work people. Wasn't no $100 thing. She'd be gone like 20 minutes, come back 300-400 from a person. She was good, but she was that pretty. I mean, they talking about drop dead, motherfuckers stop. She was so pretty that motherfucking women would stop and look at her. She was so pretty. It was hard to walk with her because so many people would kind of just stop and look at her. By far the prettiest woman I ever knew. I am 33 with no children. Well, this is the thing. You can have children up till you die. You can have children up till you die if you're a man. I was given a heart-shaped selenite crystal. What should I do? Don't wash it. Don't wash selenite. You could, to cleanse it, you could use, probably the easiest thing is a candle or incense. Incense would be a little easier because you could, like if you took an incense, it would be easier. Like you could take the incense and it would be easier to cover with smoke. A little easier. You could hold it over a flame though, but just be careful because it'll burn that selenite. But an incense to me would be easier to cleanse it. I would say it would cleanse more thoroughly. It would clean thoroughly because again, selenite, you can't put it in water. So that's what I would do is get an incense and just smoke all the incense, then wipe it off, and then it should be ready. Because again, selenite ain't gonna hold any negative energy. But the reason why you do want to cleanse it is because it's been handled by a lot of people. So you wanna cleanse it and then program it for you. Program it for you. Yeah. So that's how I would do it. Just get a cheap incense. You know, most little corner stores have incense. That's what I would do. Millionaires make us greedy, show off their new wealth. Exactly. It's like it's watches, that's $1 million watches, but the average person looking at it wouldn't know. Wouldn't know it's a $1 million watch. So you could have a Gaudi with all the diamonds and everybody would notice, but you could have this $1 million watch that people look at it, and it's the watch. It ain't the band. It come with a rubber band. And no one would ever know you had a $1 million watch on. And that's what real players have. They have shit that nobody would look at it and think anything about it. They think you got it on eBay or some shit. Not like the shit with all the diamonds. I mean, it's a time for that. But you could wear a $1 million watch around motherfuckers when nobody ever say nothing. And you ain't got to tell people. You know you got it. And people wouldn't look at it and think that. Yeah, you're welcome. Derek It's weird. Chickens called, but makes all the. It's weird that your bottom chick is called that, but makes all the money. Do Ford pay monthly dividends or quarterly? It depends on who Ford is freely traded now. Ford is freely traded. So it depends on who you trade with, Derek. It depends on who you trade with. But what I found is monthly. But when you trade it, I sure lost, and it ain't monthly or quarterly when I lost money today. But let me see. I've only been with it. Let me think. June. So I only been with it since June. So June, July, August. Yeah, it has to be monthly. It has to be monthly. Yeah, it has to be monthly. But again, it's who you trade with. It's who you trade with. Because they're traded publicly. They're traded publicly. Or just asking. Yeah, they're traded publicly. So when you trade it publicly, that doesn't matter. It's who you trade with. But they sure took my money out. So but I've only been with them I've only been trading Ford since June. Since June when it was $5. I sure lost money today, so they didn't wait until the quarter to take it. Where we at? Yeah. So it's who you trade with. It's who you trade with is how you can take it in or out. So see who you trade with and how you can take it in or out. Because they sure took my money out. They didn't wait. They took my money out as soon as it dropped yesterday. I checked my portfolio and it was sure out of there. Baylor money line, Arkansas money line. Baylor, let me see. Where's the papers? Baylor, what was the line? I saw it earlier. And I didn't write it down. Money line for the Sweet 16. Here we go. I watched it earlier and didn't write it down. I ain't even been fucking with this stuff. I've been so. Here we go. Oregon State versus Loyola. Oregon State is giving up 6.5. Over and under is 270. No, excuse me. Over and under is 125. Loyola can shoot. I would go over there. Baylor and Villanova, 139. I see that as under. Villanova hasn't shot the ball very well. And they're giving Villanova 6. Oral Roberts versus Arkansas, 159. I heard the dude earlier say over on that one. And they're giving up 11. Ew, I don't know. Oral Roberts shoots. That one guy that scored 40 twice. I don't know if 11. I would probably take the 11. I would take the 11 on that. Syracuse and Houston. This is a team. Neither team can shoot well. I would say under. 140 is the over under. I would say under. They giving 6 for two teams that don't shoot any well. I don't know. I would probably take Houston and give them the 6. Syracuse has always been through history hard time scoring. Here's the big one: is Creighton and Gonzaga. Now this one says 11. I heard 15. I heard 15 earlier. The over and under 158. I'm thinking under. I'm thinking under for the over and under. Michigan versus Florida State. Ooh, only 3 with the over and under of 145. I would say. I had to think of that one a little more. That's interesting. I would give up to 1 though. I think I would give Oregon to 1. Or what the hell? Oh, okay. Oh, I'm supposed to go to sleep. Well, I messed up. Okay, giving Florida State 3. I don't know about that. These games get closer. I would say 145. I would say over on that with Michigan, Florida State. Florida State can shoot pretty good. USC and Oregon. They're giving USC 1. I was impressed with Oregon. 139. Wasn't that impressed with either team, though, with scoring. I'd probably go under there. UC and Alabama, they giving up 5. Yeah, I would give them 5. Over and under is 142. Wasn't impressed with UCLA scoring. They kind of struggled a little bit down the stretch the other day. I might go under there. So recap, Loyola, Chicago, and Oregon State, I would say over. I think you would take the 6.5. Baylor, I would definitely take the 6.5. Villanova is not scoring. I would go under. Oral Roberts in Arkansas. Yeah. Oral Roberts can score though. So I would stay with the 159. I would say I would give a push with the 159. But 11 points, don't know about the 11. That brother can score. I would probably take the points. For Oral Roberts. Houston and Syracuse again, I would think under 140. You got two teams that can't really shoot, as somebody mentioned earlier. I would give up the points for Gonzaga. I would definitely give them 11 because I've heard another one giving up to 15. I would look for that one. Instead of this one, look for the one that's giving up 15 because there's one that they're giving up 15. Somewhere they're giving up 15. They show 11 here. I saw 15 earlier. And I would probably go over to 158. But I don't think Creighton's going to score, so I would go under because it's giving up 158. 70. No, maybe over on that one too. This is Florida, Michigan State. Oh, man, that's a push. They're giving 3. That's really a push. I would say take the over. Not touch the points, take the over. And Oregon, UCLA, we're giving up 1. Don't even touch that. I would say over 139. I would take the over. And then UCLA, Alabama, I would go under. I would give them 5. I would give them 5. So that's any help. Baylor, my only Big 12 team left. My only team is Michigan. Gonzaga. I got Gonzaga and Michigan to the Final Four. But I had Illinois winning. I like Baylor more than anybody. And if you guys heard me talk, I like Baylor's program. I love the offense they run. I really like their defensive tenacity. I was impressed. I picked Illinois on kind of emotion, but I really like, you guys heard me speak, I've liked Baylor all year. I've liked their program the last couple years. And I think when they got knocked out, 2 years ago, when they had a chance to win it all, I think that's why they got knocked out, was for this year. Yeah, it's okay, Derek. I don't care. You can ask. I don't have any problem with that. But I would check if you want to know. Check who you deal with. Baylor. Baylor, my only Big 12 team. Yeah, Baylor is. My only picks is Gonzaga. Again, I had them both. I had them in the Final Four. I had Michigan in the championship game. So I'm still got a little money on the line. But Gonzaga looks good. You know, the young man from here that's probably going to be freshman of the year in the country. And he's good. They already said that the young brother from here that went to Minnehaha, where Master P's son is, and the 7-foot top recruit in the nation is right now. That brother, they had him picked as the 5th pick. So that brother's definitely one and done. He's definitely one and done. So he's very impressive. This is a hotbed for hoopsters. I mean, it's a bunch of dudes in the league from here. It's both Jones brothers. It's Gary Trent's son. It's a couple that I missed, but it's a hotbed for hooping. I looked at my son. Here's my son, 6'5", 250, and he just never had hands. I mean, just didn't have it. You know, it just didn't have it. And then again, I'm glad they're not released to this shit because there's a price. I mean, look how they did Elgin Baylor. I call him Elgin Wig Baylor because he always wore a wig for like 50 years. But Elgin Baylor was a sacrifice. Elgin Baylor went to Seattle. He was definitely an NCAA sacrifice. Because, again, he played, I think when Elgin Baylor played, freshmen could play. Maybe not. He was in the 50s, so maybe not. And people forget Elgin Baylor was like in the Army. They was making him still be in the Army, in the reserves. Shit, Willie Mays, they took 3 to 5 years away from Willie Mays, put him in the Army. Wasn't even no war. And Willie Mays is Willie Mays, I think, lost 3 to 5 years. Look at Ted Williams. Ted Williams lost almost 5 years. And you know, Ted Williams was Hispanic. He passed. So it was just brothers they didn't let in. They knew he was Hispanic. They was telling the story that the train was waiting for him after his rookie year and all his Hispanic family, and he was embarrassed to see them. But he had been passing. Ted Williams passed. But Ted Williams did a beautiful thing. When Ted Williams got in the Hall of Fame, Ted Williams said, some of these brothers need to be up in here. He took a great stand. He looked like he was an asshole to his family and everything, but as a baseball player and a hitter, we probably haven't had a better hitting coach than Ted Williams. Probably never was a better hitting coach than him. If any of your children play baseball, get them to read Ted Williams' book about hitting. There hasn't been a better hitting coach than Ted Williams. The way he explains it and the fundamentals, probably no one better. Now, that didn't help him be a coach because of his ego, but hitting instructor, excellent. That's an excellent book. His book is still one of the top books of hitting. So any of your children play? Elgin Baylor got to coach the Jazz for 3 years. I just found out. The thing I don't like about Elgin Baylor is when he had a chance to win the championship, he had knee problems. At the end of his career, he had serious knee problems, and they were trying to give him a break. And Elgin quit that team because he wasn't starting. You know, Elgin and Jerry West lost 6 or 7 championships. Jerry West only won 1. Elgin lost all of them. And Elgin's one chance, he quit that team. He quit that team. They went on to win, 32 games in a row, 33 games, Mason numbers. And he quit that team. But Elgin Baylor, as far as a hooper, one of my favorite stories is because I want to say Elgin Baylor's from D.C. And again, when I hear stories, I can live them. And they were talking about they was playing, and this is in the early 50s. He's fairly young. And I don't mean, I mean like senior, freshman in college, young like that. And they said that they played a game where you could only dunk. And it was just, everybody's just slamming him. Elgin was just, but Elgin was the first to really could stay in the air. Like there's one thing you catch him where he goes in the air on Bill Russell, and Bill Russell was known, one of the first known shot blockers. Shit, Elgin, like Bill went up and Bill was coming down. Elgin was still going up and just floated in one hand over. It was like really sweet. But Elgin, like one person I saw, they said that Connie Hawkins was Elgin before Elgin. No, Elgin was older than Connie Hawkins, probably by damn near 10 years. But Elgin, his style of play, it wasn't Dr. J-ish. That's where Connie Hawkins comes in. Dr. J got his style from Connie Hawkins. But Elgin just the first to, bring it to the hole like this and then flip it. I mean, he was the first to really do that. To hang in the air, he was probably the first player to do that, was Elgin. And that's his props. I mean, one thing, if you look at his stats, Elgin was score 20, 18 rebound dude. I think his average rebounding for career was 12 to 15. He averaged in a career. I mean, it's unbelievable. His stats are unbelievable that this cat would get you 20 to 40 and would have 18 rebounds. Like he wasn't a dude that had 40 and then have 5 rebounds. No, if Elgin had 40 points, Elgin had 18 to 20 rebounds. He gave you that kind of effort. He is probably and Elgin again was a small forward. He's probably the best rebounding small forward to ever play in the NBA. I would say that with him. He was probably the best small forward rebounder ever. But the rebounding, and like Elgin scored, Michael Jordan broke his scoring record in the playoffs. I think somebody broke his scoring record in the finals too. But Elgin was putting in that work. If Elgin scored 50, Elgin gonna have 20 plus rebounds. And the only person you see like that is Bill Russell and Wilt and Dennis Rodman. But Elgin was, I mean, it's very few that compete with Elgin's numbers. And I know a lot of people say that it's his times, like they try to put Wilt down like that. Well, Wilt only played against 10 teams. Shit, I don't care how many teams. If it's called pro basketball and you put work like that on motherfuckers, you put work in. So Because that's the knock, again, people that grew up watching Jordan, people grew up watching LeBron. People think that LeBron is better. In some ways he is. Some ways he is. But that goes back into me. I think Wilt is the most dominant player that ever played. It's not even close. Wilt still has like 80-something records. And ain't nobody ever going to score 100. Wilt scored 100 without it being scripted. And Wilt averaged, like some seasons, Wilt played every, matter of fact, Wilt averaged more than the minutes that it was in the game. It's 40 minutes in the game. Wilt averaged more than 40 minutes because of the overtime games. This is a cat that I think in his career he only fouled out once. So to me, he's the most dominant. And Jordan, yeah, he played a different game, but he wasn't Wilt. Baylor program is crooks. What programs ain't though? Gonzaga looks good though. The player Timmy reminds me of South Park. Was Wilt 13 number Masonic? I see he died 99, very much so, because he wasn't marked until he wore 5 at Overbrook High in Philadelphia. I want to say he wore 5 at Kansas. I think they gave him 13 in the NBA. I think so. But I know at Overbrook he wore 5, whereas when you see what used to be Lou Alcindor, you see him in high school wearing 33. So he was marked early. But I think Wilt was given that in pros, which is very Masonic. I got the picture. You guys didn't look at my thumbnail? Let me see. The thumbnail I showed of Wilt and Bill Russell. That's Masonic. Let me blow it up. That's a Masonic handshake. That shows they both Masons. He wear number 6. 6 is 33. LeBron wore number 6 at Miami because of this. They gave Dr. J number 6, which is really 33. When Dr. J played, Dr. J wore the Jim Brown in the ABA. But when Dr. J went to Philadelphia, they made him wear this 6. But you see that? That's Masons. That's 2 Masons right there. So that shows you it was scripted. All the championships with Russell was scripted. Russell wasn't that good a player. I'm not taking nothing away from him, but he wasn't no great scorer. It wasn't him winning them championships. They put better players. He played with better players. The first acrobatic player, yeah, Derek, yeah. Definitely the first acrobatic player. The first one with moves. He was the first one in the NBA that really did moves. And really could rock it and then bring it back out. Like watch that one where though he does Bill Russell like that. Where he goes in and he fades away and he goes up and Bill Russell goes up. And Bill Russell goes up and Bill Russell is coming down and Elgin is like still going up, fading away. It's sweet, but then he shoots it like with one hand and he flicks it over Russell. But there's one where, check the one where he goes in and he rocks it like this and he kind of scoops it past Russell. He like banks it behind his head. Yeah, very much. That's a good way to put it, Derek. Thank you. So Dr. J and Kareem had commercials taking the medicine now. I'm not surprised. I am not surprised. Yep. Al Sharpton, all of them taking the plunge. The player you watch most of these careers is your best. Yeah, that's kind of how you look at it. You're right. Good one, Derek. That is the player you relate to. There's a lot of people like Jordan's children are older now. The generation of Jordan are older. Just like me, I watched Wilt play. I watched Wilt play in the 60s and the 70s up until when he retired. Shit. Magic Johnson tells the story. Wilt was 50 and they was running up and down and Wilt was running in 50. And what did he say? Wilt said the next game he was going to score all whatever the points was. Like say he was going to 15. And Magic said at 50, he said, I'm not going to let you score and I'm going to score all the points. And he said, damn, Wilt like shut him out in the game to 15. And he was 50. He was 50. Like one of the strongest players to ever play the game was Gus Johnson. And I think Wilt separated his shoulder. Because Gus Johnson had the move called stepping stuff. And Wilt separated this fucker's shoulder. And he was one of the baddest dudes in the league. He went in there on Wilt, and Wilt separated his shoulder. Wilt was one of the strongest players to ever play. What do you mean marked? Marked for what? Oh, again, they like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was given 33 in high school. So he was marked. The same way they mark people with the 42. It's like Michael Jordan was marked with the Jim Brown. He wore 23 in high school. That wasn't no accident. Michael Jordan went to Carolina's camp. Michael Jordan, Worthy, Sleepy Floyd, they all went to Dean Smith's summer camps. Dean Smith knew about those dudes since they was younger. So, they had their eye on these guys. And so now what's funny is James Worthy wore 52 in college. And then he go to the Lakers. He wore, because Connie Hawkins played with the Lakers and wore 42 with the Lakers. But they gave it to Worthy. Now, why wouldn't he get his number? Why wouldn't he get, he wore 52, maybe 53. Now, I'm going to say it's 52. Maybe 53, I can't remember. But because Worthy's my age. Why they give Worthy 42 when he went to the Lakers and not his college number? Because that's the norm. You get your college number. So, like Dr. J originally wore 27 when he was with the Virginia Squires, which still is 9, but he was originally given 27. And then later they gave him the Mason number, the Jim Brown. They gave him 32. Michael Jordan was under that. LeBron the same way. It all goes back to Jim Brown, the Mason number. So. Magic. Wow, I didn't hear about Magic. But that's what I mean, Rocky. They get marked with these fixed numbers. They've got a lot to do with the Jewish faith people. That's really it. So Magic got his shot. Damn, on some rooftop. I wonder if Michael Jordan's next. Yeah, Kobe wore 33 in high school. And I wonder if that's why they gave Kobe the shame. I wonder if that's why the shaming, because he came back and he had 24. Like, why would you change your number mid-crisis like that? Remember the hell they gave Michael Jordan when he turned and wore 45, which is 9. Remember when he came back and he said, because Larry wore, his big head Larry, his brother wore 45. Look up Larry Jordan. Larry Jordan is only about 5'8". That motherfucker got a big ass head. That's why everybody called him Big Head Larry. But look Larry Jordan up. Watch how big his head is for as short as he is. But he's one of the quickest jumping motherfuckers I ever met. I wore 42 when I played in the Little Leagues. Yeah, probably because of Jackie Robinson. They probably gave you that. And 42. He had it on his Twitter. Wow, he put that shit on Twitter. God damn, Magic. Magic is a sellout. I mean, Magic fucked anybody. That's Magic was under a wizard. Jerry Buss, Dr. Buss was a fucking wizard, and now he got his daughter with them under wizards. But Magic was sick. You talking about somebody said hypersexualized. Magic was known that he'd get up for anybody and he'd fuck anybody. Man, woman, goat, didn't matter. Magic was with it. Will Smith was one of them kind of people too. Was known that it didn't matter who they put in front of him, he would do it to him. Didn't go nowhere with sports though. I didn't want to be 40 watching college football, wondering why. Didn't go nowhere with sports though. I didn't want to be 40 watching college football, wondering why. Never gave it a shot. I saw, Jeannie Buss definitely was in Playboy. Didn't even what was funny is at least you'd have thought she'd have got fake boobs or nothing. But you remember what was the evangelist? The evangelist fucked her name was Jessica Hahn. This ugly bitch. They put this ugly bitch in Playboy because she fucked one of the evangelists and his buddies. They ran a train on this bitch. And Jerry Baker, the Baker minister, because he was in Charlotte. And her name was, she was the secretary that they ran a train on. And then she told on him, and that took down that Baker dude. And he was married to Tammy Faye. And they had a motherfucking massive place. They had a fucking, like Michael Jackson had Neverland. These motherfuckers had a full amusement park in Charlotte. It's probably still there. It's probably still in Charlotte. And they had their damn dog had an air conditioner in his house for the dog outside. He can just go in and get in air. Tammy Faye and Bay. He was one of them TV begging motherfuckers for money. And you got old ladies on the phone. Well, I'll give him 50 cents today. Get on those phones. Jesus is begging you to get on those phones and give and give and give. Here's Rudy. Rudy just gave me $50. Thank you. God bless. Jesus is gonna be with that Rudy. And motherfuckers watch this shit and would call in and give these motherfuckers money. Now, you think motherfuckers are stupid now. People used to be really stupid to fall for that shit. And then, was it maybe Jerry Falwell? No, what was the other dude? The dude, this minister got caught with some hookers in a hotel. And then he gets on there crying, talking about, Jesus, I sinned. And they ain't kick him out the church. I can't think of that dude's name. But it's like, you got to be kidding me. This motherfucker showed you who he was. And because he cried on TV, everybody forgive him? The fuck out of here. I'd kick him in his ass. I'd have been like remember in Cotton Come to Harlem when Calvin Lockhart was like, I could be another Garvey, I could be another Malcolm. They was like, Tom. They timed him off the stage. They was throwing shit. They was calling him Tom. It's like, I could be another Malcolm. Tom. But see, he was probably giving a clue. Because Malcolm worked for them people too. See, Malcolm worked for them people too. There was no tax back then. They was under that. Don't take my word for it. It's like Corey Holcomb still fucks with that one dude, the young dude that's the Muslim, but he's sitting in them Scientology, teaching Scientology and shit. And Farrakhan is a Q. That's what I heard some niggas talking about. Well, Farrakhan was a Q. They proud of that shit. He's a Mason. So how desperate you got to be? You've been just the Nation of Islam for 60 years. Then all of a sudden, you become a Mason. You become a Q. You become a Scientologist. Why do you think that is? His shit was dying. Not him personally dying, but the movement was dying. So they needed new blood. Jimmy Swaggart. There you go. Jimmy Swaggart. Yeah. Thank you, James. Thank you, Greg. Yeah. Jimmy Swaggart. RZA. Yeah, RZA. That's his name. But see, this is what I look at with Corey. Corey must have fucked with the Nation. Corey from Chicago. And a lot of people fuck with the Nation from Chicago. So, and Corey's 50, 51. He's younger than my brother. So Corey had to have been born in 70? Yeah, Corey was probably born in 70. So, yeah, by the time he was 10, was 80. Yeah. Elijah Muhammad was dead by then. So Corey, growing up in Chicago, saw Farrakhan. Farrakhan had the university. I mean, when you drive in Chicago, you see the motherfuckers by the university selling the pies and shit, And I think Corey kind of dabbled with the Nation a little bit because he seems to respect that. But you got this scammer. I mean, Super Slide Prue, the dude, was a scammer. But when you see the dude holding the Scientology rods and shit, and they make their people take the Scientology classes, that's a scam. And when L. Ron Hubbard was a scammer, he was a scammer. So why would you hook your cart to that? Corey did Zoe wrong about that cake, pure comedy. But they say that Zoe gave him 10 grand. That's what Corey showed. He showed a check. I mean, he claimed it was a check from Zoe. So I don't know if that was a way to save face. Because a lot of motherfuckers was getting on Zoe because they were saying Zoe got people donated 30 grand to Zoe. And Zoe ain't whatever he was supposed to do with the money. And Zoe's like, I gave it to one of my subs. One of my subs has that money. And I'm not saying these niggas' names because, fuck them. But I'm just saying it's like that shit is comical. But he said Zoe gave him 20 grand. I like watching comedians. I'm a big Richard Pryor fan. I like comedians. But it's just funny. Darlene is cute, still in her 50s. Say he said that Darlene got the bug. That's what he said, that she had to live in a hotel and that she got some young man. Right on. Right. I didn't read her book. I mean, I couldn't imagine that Ice-T's ex-wife book would be that interesting to me. It'd be like reading some bullshit, I just don't find that interesting. I want to read about some generals or some motherfucker that lived 1,000 years ago. But her, why would I read her book? That's the most... It's like, what the fuck? I mean, it would literally make me stupider to read her book. It would make me stupider if I read her book. If you guys follow me, that would make me stupider, reading stupid shit. Like you guys was talking about this dude messed around with his girl or some shit. If I watched that shit, I would be stupider. And anybody that watched that shit would be stupider. Apparently the dude is some love advice. I don't know who the motherfucker is, but I couldn't imagine watching that motherfucker. It's like, I don't like stupid. I don't like stupid comics. I don't like stupid movies. Stupid turns me off really fast. I can't stand to watch stupid. I don't even like watching stupid funny. Like Will Ferrell's stupid funny, that turns me off. Stupid funny ain't funny to me. I don't like stupid. And because when you look at stupid, it'll make you stupider. Just ingesting the shit will make you stupider. So Derek Jackson. I went to school with a nigga named Derek Jackson. We called him Coco. Hey, Mark, thank you for joining me. Derek Jackson. Okay. I couldn't tell you. I've heard what Corey said he did and what slide, but other than that, I don't know what the fuck. I never watched that mug. I couldn't tell you anything about him. There's other than that little bit I heard, but that shit doesn't appeal to me, you know. I just Bob Hope was funny as hell and high. Oh, Bob Hope, let me tell you, you want to know a player motherfucker? That big nose motherfucker was one of the greatest pimps that ever was in Hollywood. This motherfucker was such a pimp, he took his hoes with him, gave them routines, and they traveled all over the world. That's how pimp that Bob Hope was. He had Anne Margaret, and he was in his 60s traveling with him. Bob Hope was a pimp like no other. That was a pimp. Yeah, I like Bob Hope and Bing Crosby. That shit's funny. Bob Hope is funny. His movies are funny. Watch the one where he goes out west and they think he's a gunslinger. That shit is funny. His time and everything. But Bob Hope was a pimp like a motherfucker. You talking about a pimp that took his hoes on the road? Ain't nobody took his hoes on the road like Bob Hope. He would go to war zones with these hoes. USO. Bob Hope was doing the USO, but he took his hoes with him and he'd make them perform and shit. That's a hell of a pimp. I would say this, Bob Hope is the number one pimp that I ever knew about as far as pimping. And I'm talking about just pimping as just a general term of a Mac. I guess I should call him a Mac. Bob Hope is a Mac. He's probably the greatest Mac that I ever studied was Bob Hope. Because just the way he did his Macking. He macked all them Hollywood hoes and then he took them hoes on the road. Ain't nobody did it like that. And nobody took hoes all around the world. I mean, how many could get your hoes to go into a war zone? Like you sitting there trying to tell your hoe that, you know, you're going to go entertain the troops. How many of you could convince your hoes to do that? Well, you going, ain't you, Bob? I'm going. And I get to sing and dance and I'm fucking you too. Let's go, Bob. I'm going to Vietnam. I'm going to Korea. That motherfucker was going in World War II. He was taking hoes with him and going to perform in front of the troops in World War II. I mean, can you imagine telling a hoe you want to take her to fucking Germany or Europe during World War II? Bob Hope was, I'm telling you, he was a Mac like no other Mac. Read about, I mean, you know, you study about Bob Hope, you see that shit. That mug was a Mac. I see the episodes on Star Report about him holding a pistol for his bag. Homie had me laughing hard. There you go. Give him hope. There you go, Bart. I got to learn that. That Mackin shit. Oh, Mackin is, you know, Edward Edward said that shit the best. You know, a player just wants to fuck. A Mac just wants money. And what did you say, Edward? A pimp is just concerned about money, but a Mac wants the power. He wants the power. And Bob Hope, I can't think of a better Mac than Bob Hope. Not even Elijah Muhammad was a better Mac. You know, he wasn't a better Mac than Bob Hope. Bob Hope took hoes around the world, had them dancing for the troops and shit. Bands would make them dance. Study Bob Hope. Tell me what you think. I mean, get the real shit. Don't get some shit to just try to say Bob grew up and he was in entertainment. No, it's them stories that tell about his pimping. That motherfucker's pimping was extraordinary. He was a Mac, no doubt. Bob Hope was a Mac. He did Macking in Hollywood. Took his show on the road. He took his show on the road. Yeah, I would like to practice that. Like, try to take a hold of Afghanistan or wherever they had war and, convince her. You want me to go where? And sing and dance? Yeah, you just sing and dance and we'll mess around. What about the bombs? They won't be bombing where we at. The Army will make sure. How do you do? Name that pimp, mother. Can you, mother F? Can you buy that? There you go. There you go. There you go. Oh. Oh yeah, that's one of the Mac lines. And then when he told him, when the chick chose him, like, motherfucker, you know the game. Chick chose me. You know the game. Chick chose me. Hey, what could he say? Then he's like, poke yourself. But yeah, that shit. I mean, the Mac. He was like, when he had all the holes in the rooms and shit, and he was showing them the shit on the wall, you know. And then he was talking about, I'm gonna be your mother and your father and your sister and your. I mean, that's you know, but see, that's what the brother from California was talking about. He was talking about that kind of shit, try to get their mind, like what Snoop Dogg did in the Snoop movie. You know, baby, we trying to get this and you with it. Nah, like I say, hoes will come up to you and be like, this is what I do. Can you help me? Can you help me? This is probably the only recruiting I did. I had one girl, and I said, you know, it would be nice if we had 2 other girls. I was like, if we had 2 other girls, we really could make this a good thing. She went and got the girls. She went and got them. She called her cousin. Matter of fact, we had rotating cousins. She was calling her cousins, bringing her cousins in. And she found a girl here who was a dumbass. This bitch was about to be a doctor at Michigan. And she gave that shit up because she was a meth head. And I got played. I put her in a position where, you know, I learned it was a mistake where a motherfucker, you know, got her back on meth and shit. So you get played. Sometimes greed gets in the way. You know, motherfucker made an offer and shit, sent her away, and, you know, it was a motherfucker that was taken from her. The motherfucker we took her from set up a deal that, you know, greed got in the way. And when she came back, her head was fucked up because she had got clean. Last thing I know, she was with the girl I was dealing with. She ran away to go smoke meth. You win some and you lose some. Don Rickles and Rodney Dangerfield was funny as hell. Yeah, I loved Rodney Dangerfield. I'm gonna tell you who was just a one-liner motherfucker that I like was Henny Youngman. And it's funny, on YouTube you can't find much of Henny Youngman, but Henny Youngman was a motherfucker that could snap off. Like this motherfucker, if you gave him a 15-minute break, 15 minute, like if he was doing 15 minutes, this motherfucker, like he did one line, he says, doctor, my arm hurts when I do this. And the doctor said, don't do that. I mean, Henny Youngman, now you can't find that much about him. You see the same old jokes, but I saw a lot of his material just catching him on Mike Douglas and bullshit like that. But he was a motherfucker that one line, if you gave him 15 minutes, this motherfucker might do 1,000 one-liners. Rodney Dangerfield was more from that kind of thing too, where he was just snapping off one-liners. Now, Don Rickles would talk about motherfuckers. He was the best ever to just talk about motherfuckers. Don Rickles would give a concert and he just talked about everybody. He would go into the crowd and just talk about motherfuckers. He was the best at the insult, superior insult comedian. You know, motherfuckers talking about roasting people. He invented that, where he would just roast motherfuckers. Like Don Rickles had motherfuckers so scared of him, motherfuckers would barely breathe when he talking, because they did not want that smoke. He wasn't going to get heckled because that motherfucker would smoke your ass where you'd be so embarrassed you walk up out that bitch. So he was the best at that. Don Rickles, he was funny at insult, but like they would bring Don Rickles on a panel and he would just roast these motherfuckers. And they knew, it's like, I would have asked, like, is Don going to be on the show today? They must didn't tell him Don was coming, because Don would roast everybody. If it was 6 or 7 motherfuckers sitting there on Don Griffin at all the Vegas casinos that did a Wheel of Fortune, Griffin, I can't think of his first name, but he would come on Griffin and say Griffin had motherfuckers sitting there. Oh shit, he's roasting them motherfuckers. And them motherfuckers was like good about it. I'd have beat his ass, but he would just, and you know, this is a Jewish faith person, but he was probably the best roaster in the 60s by far. Just talk about motherfuckers. Rodney Dangerfield was more, see, this is where Richard Pryor was different. Richard Pryor told story jokes. Now, a lot of motherfuckers want to get that shit to Lenny Bruce. Hell no. That shit was Richard Pryor. Richard Pryor was the first to tell story jokes. And everybody tells story jokes now. I mean, you got a few people that talk, roast motherfuckers, but Richard Pryor put comedy where it is now to tell the story joke, not just one-liners, because that's kind of how, again, Rodney Dangerfield was the last of that kind that told just basically one-liners, where Richard Pryor would tell a whole story. Like, watch Richard Pryor on Ed Sullivan. Even then, he was telling story jokes, which they try to say Lenny Bruce. Lenny Bruce wasn't funny. The Lenny Bruce movie was stupid as fuck. If you listen to Lenny Bruce, he's stupid as fuck. He's the unfunniest comedian I've ever come across. And they try to give him that genre of the story joke. Motherfucker, it's got to be funny. Your joke's got to be funny for it to be a story joke, not a motherfucker just rambling. So, hey, Mr. T Gaming. But I loved Henny Youngman. And it's sad that you can't find, like, you find him now, it's the same 10 jokes, But that motherfucker had a million of them. I watched him through the years, and that motherfucker had played the violin and shit. So when he would take a break, he'd play the violin and he'd start telling his jokes. But quick-witted. He was one of the most quick-witted. And to know a lot of jokes like that takes a lot of time. But you look him up now, it's the same 10 jokes over and over again. There's not a lot left on him, which is sad that there's not a lot of work. But like Don Rickles never found his another motherfucker is Paul Lynde. Now, Paul Lynde was gay, but Paul Lynde, they put him on Hollywood Squares. That motherfucker they would ask him questions, and this motherfucker always came up with gems. But Paul Lynde, like Don Rickles, they never found their niche as far as putting them in shows and even movies. When Don Rickles is in Casino, that's probably the first movie that really worked for him. But it's just funny, like, what's the female comedian? I can picture her face. What's the female comedian? Sykes. Marsha Sykes, the Sykes lady. She falls in that category too, where they never really found their niche in Hollywood. Other than the stand-up, it was never anything else. There was never any way they could really be put other than doing comedy. They really couldn't turn it into a career. Like people forget Richard Pryor was in the Superman movie and got more than Superman. He got something like 3 million. Richard Pryor was the top actor for a number of years. Andrew Dice Clay. See, again, Dice Clay was around the Richard Pryor time, but he was still one-liners. I mean, he was still one-liner kind of dude. Like, what was it? Mary, quite contrary, cut that pussy, it's too damn hairy. That was one of his jokes, which was really just basically a one-liner. He was a one-liner kind of dude. He was kind of a mix of the old and the new, but he would roast motherfuckers too. He could roast motherfuckers. When he first came out later, again, he probably fit that same thing where movies that he was in didn't work, TV didn't work, really was nowhere he could go with it. But you watch his concerts was kind of good. He had a lot of good jokes, but that was the only one I remember of him. Wanda Sykes, that's who. And yeah, Robin Williams, one of the Caucasian comedians, greatly influenced by Richard Pryor. Shit, Robin Williams would do cocaine, and that motherfucker, like, I'll tell you, if you guys can watch, and Jonathan Winters is another one. Jonathan Winters, if you watch the old Jonathan Winters show, that motherfucker was, but again, until Mork and Mindy, nothing worked for him but his comedian things. He did have his own show, a variety show, but I'll tell you something, you want to see two of the funniest motherfuckers on TV, watch Mork and Mindy when Jonathan Winters is their son. You talk about motherfuckers working off each other that really worked. That was some brilliant writing and brilliant comedians. But Robin Williams, that motherfucker would be so coked up. He would be so coked up that his comedy was like this, like just constantly at you, constantly coming with you, constantly. But it was like that coke kind of comedy because it was just constant. But watch Mork and Mindy. If you can watch whatever that come on, and watch the ones with him and Jonathan Winters. That shit is hilarious. And Jonathan Winters was another dude. Really funny guy. I mean, the Jonathan Winters show, if you can catch that, that's just funny. He was, oh, and another one is Tim Conway's. A funny ass movie is Don Rickles and Tim Conway's in the Apple Dumpling Gang. Don Rickles and the Ghost of Mr. Chicken. I was tripping off that shit a couple months ago. I was buzzed watching the Ghost of Mr. Chicken. His timing is impeccable. And he plays the scary dude. Like he walks in the house and he's shaking, but the Ghost of Mr. Chicken. But watch Tim Conway and Don Rickles in the Apple Dumpling Gang. You talk about, you get buzzed and watch that shit, it'll have you tripping because they're funny. And it's like not Will Ferrell stupid. It's just like these is two losers that just make being losers funny. But the Apple Dumpling Gang is funny as hell. But the Ghost of Mr. Chicken is probably one of my favorite comedy movies because that motherfucker plays that shit to a T. It's the 1960s and shit, and he's bragging, and he gets in that house. This motherfucker's scared as hell. That shit's funny. Don Rickles had like even Mayberry, but Mayberry didn't stretch him long enough. Another motherfucker is like watch Mayberry and watch Otis T. Bass. He's only on, I think, 7 or 8 shows, but that motherfucker funny as shit too. I can't think of that comedian, but he played Ernest T. Bass on Mayberry show. I can't think of the name of the show, but the dude who played Ernest T. Bass is funny as fuck too. And he's only on about 7 or 8 episodes, but all the episodes he's funny as fuck. But Don Rickles plays that movie where he's a dolphin, and it's kind of funny, but Ghost of Mr. Chicken, if you ain't watched that shit, smoke a fat one and watch that shit, it'll have you tripping because it was great writing. And again, you see a couple brothers and sisters in there. It's kind of funny. This is the early 60s, but the humor is really, his timing is really funny. Just his acting and timing is funny. Red Fox and Robin Harris. This is the thing is, my experience with Red Fox was mostly through albums. Like Red Fox was probably the first comedian that I listened to on record was Red Fox. It was like, people would have parties. They was called party albums. People would give parties and they would play Red Fox. Motherfuckers in there drinking, smoking, laughing. And Red Fox was probably the first cat that I listened to. We would listen to the albums over and over again. And the one album was Red Fox Goes Pryor Honey. So one side it was Red Fox, the other side it was Richard Pryor. So Robin Harris, his line was, of course, Baby Kids and Test Tube Babies. But his funny shit was like, Leon Spinks is getting interviews. Like, Leon, how did you do in the fight? And he would go, he's like, well, I came to fight. And they would go, Leon, huh? So he would call himself and then go, huh? So he's like, well, I did good. And then they would go, hey, Leon, huh? That's Robin Harris. You got to see that part. That shit is funny. He went to school with, but that part is funny. Hey, Leon, he calls himself and then he answers like he didn't know who called. So yeah, Robin Harris was probably sacrificed. But George Carlin, this is what people don't really, okay, let me break down George Carlin. George Carlin was a one-liner European comic, and that's how he started. Then he started acting like a brother. When you see him, like the shit you see later is he imitating brothers. He got hip, and it's kind of insulting almost. Like a lot of people wasn't feeling Carlin because they was kind of feeling insulted. Because you watch early Carlin, he's just a European dude, and then he got hip. And his comedy is like brothers comedy, so it's kind of insulting to a lot of brothers. A lot of people was turned off by him because he was cool all of a sudden. So that's what I don't like about it, because I watched him be from this square to all of a sudden he's hip and he's talking like brothers talk. And I know a lot of people look at it, talk, the one where he talks about swimming in the Hudson River and all that shit. But if you watch his mannerisms, that ain't how he acted in the beginning. He started acting like he's imitating black people. That's my point about Carlin. He's imitating how we act. He got hip. He got cool, but his cool was imitating us. That's what I don't like about Carlin. Hey, Conscious Daughter. Oh, my goodness. If you guys are not on her channel, you're missing it. Y'all, and I don't know everybody that's YouTubers. I'm sorry if I don't say, subscribe to y'all, but she's a content creator and I'm humbled because her shit is way better than my shit. She makes She makes a motherfucker think. Yeah, Robin Harris was there. I mean, again, that Leon shit is some of the funniest shit ever. That's Faison that does the Baby Kids because Robin died. Faison, but he was definitely a sacrifice. They sacrificed him for who I couldn't say, but his shit is funny, and he was another motherfucker. If you ever catch some of his comedies where he roasted motherfuckers, he was one of the best roasting people too. Where people up there trying to talk and he's just fucking people up. I mean, he's slaying people. Where you hear the motherfuckers be quiet. Motherfuckers wouldn't even. Robert Harris was so good that he had motherfuckers nervous to laugh that he would roast them. He was that good. Oh, your dad had all the Red Fox albums? Yeah. Elmer from Mayberry. There you go. So, yeah, that's my thing on George Carlin. Hickory Dickory Dock, Andrew Dice Clay. I remember watching Robert Townsend's special. Okay. Townsend was, he followed Richard Pryor. Overstand. Thank you. I just saw old video Carlin. He switched his style. That's my problem. That's my thing. He was just this college acting European, and all of a sudden he's cool. And that turned me off. And I remember brothers talking about that back then too. Because all of a sudden, one day he's on Marv Griffin. That's his name, Marv Griffin. One day he's on Marv Griffin and he's this college dude. And then you see him a year later, his hair slicked back and he's talking, they call it jive. And he imitating us. And I didn't like him for that. Greetings, y'all. I just saw old video couch and he's yeah, you're right. Okay. Yeah, Mark. Meteor Man. Carlin, I meant. Okay. So, but yeah, Red Fox old albums. I mean, when he was, Cotton Come to Harlem put Red Fox on TV. Cotton Come to Harlem put him on TV. And, the sad thing about Red Fox is, he married a Korean woman, and in the divorce decree, he had to give her Sanford and Son. He had to give her Sanford and Son. Do you feel what I'm saying? That's why you very rarely see it now. Her family owns it, and I think Hollywood shut her out. She used to be like, if you didn't have cable, and it was some channels that would show Sanford and Son if you didn't have cable. Like the Cosby Show, if you didn't have cable, there was channels that would show the Cosby Show and old Sanford and Sons. I love Sanford and Sons. I mean, what Red Fox did, he brought Wanda with him. He brought Skillet, Bucket, Stymie. There was a Little Rascals. I mean, you're not my Lena. You're not my Lena. You a hyena. If I didn't care, doing the ink spots. If I didn't care, I don't know if people got that. It was the ink spots he used to, but he's like, if I didn't care. And Red Fox was with the same genre Richard Pryor, telling, joke stories. He was probably the same somewhat. But like you say, you have the old albums. A lot of his be one-liners in some way too, but he was a storyteller. And he would cuss, do a lot of cussing. People thought cussing was funny back in the day. Motherfucker cuss, tell his jokes and cuss and call them bitches and hoes and that kind of shit. But he was funny. I mean, his timing was good. He was good. He was funny. Paul Mooney. Well, this is how you really got to look at Paul Mooney. Paul Mooney did a lot of writing for Richard Pryor. He really did. Like if you watch Richard Pryor with the red suit, he failed the first one. Like he went to do a concert after he got burned or something, and he couldn't do it. The crowd comes back the next day. As a matter of fact, he shouts out Huey Newton, and they don't even show Huey Newton. So you have to see his genius. You have to see his genius to write a lot of that shit Richard was able to do. And to be able to write for a motherfucker, and the motherfucker could be funny. So that's the props you got to give Paul Mooney. By himself, I didn't like he said spells all the time. Don't get it twisted. Spells. I didn't like that part. Some of the stuff wasn't that funny. Like when he says, don't get it twisted every other line, not that funny. And remember, and I know the one sister got mad at me on her channel where Richard Pryor tell you, he saw Paul Mooney was in the office sucking so-and-so one of the producers' dicks. Richard Pryor tell you on the roast. And she's like, oh, he was just playing. No, Richard was telling. Look on their last night on CBS. But the brilliance of his writing, some of his stand-up ain't that funny, but his writing for Richard Pryor, he's always funny because of that. You got to give it to him. He was Richard Pryor's main writer, and he was funny for that. I know people, he said he didn't do so well writing for other people. Oh, another one is Franklin Ajay. You know, Franklin Ajay, I still use Franklin Ajay joke. No, maybe that's not, yeah, no, that's Franklin Ajay joke. Franklin Ajay is in Hollywood Shuffle, and he says, don't mention cocaine unless you got some. That's Franklin Ajay. And I still use that shit. Motherfuckers talk about cocaine, and I'm watching some shit, I'll throw that in there. But that's Franklin Ajay. Franklin Ajay talking about he was in the dressing room and he zipped his shit up and his dick got caught in the zipper and he had to run out in front of everybody like, I got my dick caught in. I mean, that shit is funny as hell. I used to have Franklin Ajay's album, and he probably is a comic that most people don't really get. But that shit to me lives forever. Don't mention cocaine unless you got some. That's Franklin Ajay. I remember sneaky watching Def Comedy Jam. I believe Red Fox and Malcolm X were childhood friends. I've heard them, well, they supposedly worked together. And I heard Craig Fax tell all these stories about where Richard was robbing and shit. But if you read all the books, where was they together for Malcolm X, excuse me, where were they together? They worked for a short time, I think in Detroit or Chicago, and Malcolm wasn't there long. Malcolm mostly was in New York and in Philadelphia. So Red Fox, as far as I know, was in Chicago and then went out west. So the stories of them and saying that Red Fox robbed, I've never found that information. Now, Craig Fax says that he heard Red Fox say that. I've never come across that. Never. And so it's very unlikely that he knew the robbing Malcolm X. I doubt that. Now, Def Comedy Jam, I mean, you saw a lot of dudes come up out of that. Tracy Murray. Yeah, Tracy Murray. Is that his name? Tracy used to be on Saturday Night Live. Was on the NBC show, whatever, about Saturday Night Live. He was a dude that was like a street dude that was like homeless street dude, and somebody let him on there. He was funny. And then Charlie Miami Vice Charlie ended up dying of AIDS, but that dude was kind of funny too. That motherfucker was kind of funny. And I guess I was wrong. I told a story where they said that he couldn't read on Saturday Night Live, but he didn't go to audition because he couldn't read. But he's Noogie. He plays Noogie on Miami Vice. Charlie something, if everybody knows. Charlie Morgan. Okay, Charlie Morgan. He was funny. He was really funny too. There's a movie you can watch, not just DC Cab, but there's another movie that somebody just let him go, and he was funny. He could tell stories. I asked a question during the live stream a few weeks ago about Robert Harris and Bernie Mac. They were very similar to each other, both black as hell from Chicago, abusive, funny. It was like when I see Corey, I had his name. Oh, shit. It was a heavier dude that did comedy that died of cancer or something suddenly. I think Corey copies that dude. Phineas, what is his name? Prentice. Maybe his name is like Prentice or something. He was a heavier, bigger guy. I always thought Corey copied his style. When I watch Corey, even his comedy routines, to me it seemed like, and plus I think that dude was a sacrifice for Corey as well. But Prentice, I think his name was Prentice, but he died suddenly. Maybe somebody knows what I'm talking about. I wonder if Bernie Mac saw the cloning machines. That's what some people say, but he took it instead of killing his family. Killing this is one of the comedy futures in movie. Robert Harris and Baby Kids. Bernie with the show. Tracy Morgan is not. Oh, Tracy Morgan. Okay, yeah. But his Def Jam performance was funny. But Def Jam, like he tells in his first performance on Def Jam, he was like, I was homeless a few weeks ago. Now I'm on national TV killing it. His Def Jam was funny. Patrice O'Neal, that is the dude. When I hear Corey copied that dude. Corey copied Patrice O'Neal. Listen to Patrice O'Neal and listen to one of Corey's stand-up. He copied his timing, his approach. Like, I didn't even know who Corey was, and I know who the Patrice dude is. Patrice O'Neal, I watched him. And then the first time I saw Corey do a routine, I'm like, wait a minute, where did I see this timing from? Where did I see this delivery from? I thought Corey copied him. I thought Patrice O'Neal. Yeah, I think Corey copied him. I see Patrice's in his delivery, his approach, his delivery is that cat. And that cat got sacrificed. And I wondered, was he sacrificed for Corey? I did a video on SNL, and it's the history of casting spells on his audience. There you go. It is, conscious daughter. Very much is. What's funny about Saturday Night Live, when the Bellucci and them was all quitting, they brought the new people coming in, and it wasn't Eddie Murphy sitting up there. It was not Eddie Murphy. It was somebody else. And then Eddie Murphy came back the next season. But it was somebody else. It was another brother, and I never figured out who that brother was. Of course they cast him, yeah. Of course they cast. Good catch, though. Mike Epps is funny. Yeah. Hey, Sosa, what's happening? I miss Jam and Comic View. Yeah, I mean, it gave a lot of chance. Sinbad is funny. My funniest Sinbad story is Sinbad dropped 40 on Battle Creek Central. And Benton Harbor was a rough place to play. I loved it because it was just nothing but brothers and sisters. It was like when they came out, we'd be warming up, and then everybody, like, we'd be warming up and shit. Then everybody in the gym stands up and they're going, fired up, fired up. They start ringing this bell and shit. And so the crowd is just everybody fired up, fired. And the team comes out. Oh, that shit. And I mean, you talking about rocking, but because Sinbad a big dude. Sinbad dropped 40 on Battle Creek Central, and so Battle Creek Central gets on the bus because Sinbad stopped him because motherfuckers be throwing bottles at the windows of the visiting team, but they wasn't as mad because Denton Harbor blew him out. But Sinbad gets on the bus for Battle Creek Central, and he just starts roasting the players and shit. Just he comes on the bus because I think his real name is Michael Atkinson. I think it's his real name. But he's just roasting people on the bus like, I scored on you, I blocked your shit, and I did this, I dropped 40 on you. He's on the opposite team's bus just talking shit to everybody. That's my funny story about him. Corey and DeRay was on. Yeah, I saw that where they was on Corey Springer. Sure did. Yeah, Patrice O'Neal did speak out. Corey Holcomb isn't the only copy Patrice. A lot of dudes on YouTube copy Patrice. That's a good one, Lorenzo. But I thought that was my first thought when I saw Corey. I was like, who is it? I'm like, because I recognized, again, the cadence, and I recognized the style. And I think Corey copied him. Yep. Sinbad is hilarious. Yes, the building is Masonic building. Okay. Yeah, oh, definitely. Yeah, 30 Rock. 30 Rock. Well, what do you think the rock means for? And the pillars. Yep. Did you see the fake acting in the video of the Boulder shooting? Yeah, I thought a lot of that too. Again, the first people sitting down. The essence is filmed at Studio 8H. Look at the gematria. Minus 888. There you go. Good one, conscious daughter. Was the other brother Ernie Hudson? I can't think of Charlie's name. Ernie Hudson is the brother in Ghostbusters. Eddie Murphy shows off the Sonic ring all the time. like, did y'all ever see the Verizon commercial where the dude is like this with the phone? Did y'all see the Verizon commercial? They show the families, but it's between his legs. He's holding the phone like this. I used to do videos showing motherfuckers doing all that. Like, I did a video on Eddie Murphy when he came back, and this motherfucker signed. But the best I did was Reggie Miller. Reggie Miller, I counted that motherfucker throwing 8-9 signs. I mean, Reggie was like doing all this shit. But on TV, he starts off like this, and he switch. I mean, he does about 8 or 9 signs, and I count them. And I guess that you can never see. They'd never show that again. So 8 wins. Did you like Earthquake? Can't really say I know a lot about Earthquake. Can't really say Derek. I can't really remember Earthquake. 208 Productions when Z minus 1 820C Cobra Brown equals 157. He died on this 150th day of his age, and the All-Star game after that was dedicated to him. It was the first team to score 157, so clearly scripted. Yeah, and they copied the TNT too. They copied the TNT. That's the way TNT would do it, is you had a certain amount. So they copied that a little bit, but good one, 208 Production. Thank you for adding that. But Derek, I had to look up Earthquake off the top of my head. I can't think of who that is. The shooting happened 3/22, 41st anniversary of George. Oh, wow. Which the boulders built by the Skull and Bones, 322. Yes, because that's the thing about the guidestones. You had to have a permit. Who did the masonry work? Like, you can't find that. What about Cat Williams? Wow. Cat Williams is a force of his own. Like, it's like this. Kevin Hart, you only want to watch his specials one time. And his that special in his house was probably the worst comedy show I ever watched. The one before that, where he's like the audience, he's in some auditorium and the audience is circled around him. He's that big auditorium. He wasn't funny. He went on the joke where to hide guns. He had 7 different jokes. The shit was stale, and he wasn't funny. Like, Kevin Hart is the kind of thing where you watch his shit one time and it ain't funny no more anymore. Every time you watch Cat Williams shit, even though you know all the jokes, the shit is funny. Every time. Every time you watch it. What did Cat Williams say? Up, cleaning up. Smoking weed, up, cleaning up. I mean, his delivery is like no other. He is a very unique individual. And, you see the ringer they put him through for his stardom. But, what did he say? No charge is good. So pimp in distress, pimp down. I mean, they let him go like that. He is one of the most unique guys out there, really is, where every time you watch his stuff is funny. You can't say that for Kevin Hart, like looking back on his family stories, it ain't funny. It really ain't funny anymore. You look back on Cat Williams shit, still funny. So he kills it. Ice Cube called the NBA out for taking his Big 3 idea with the new All-Star game format. But remember now, Lorenzo, Ice Cube copied the Gus Macker. That's all Ice Cube did. Gus Macker was doing the same thing. Gus Macker started in the yard of motherfucker, where we would go down there and play in his yard. We'd play 3-on-3 in this motherfucker's backyard. He had a serious court, and we played in his backyard. And it grew out from that. And he had the Gus Mackers at one time, probably 50 cities. And that's all Ice Cube did. All Ice Cube did is took the Gus Macker and put a lot of money behind it. Instead of playing, because all the Gus Mackers was outside. Go back to sleep. What are you messing with me for? You're not getting no pets. And so he stole the idea too. So he can't talk. He stole the Gus Macker idea too. Gematria, Ice Cube. Yep. Yeah, so Gematria, I know that is your channel, A-Win. Gematria, I know this is your channel, but I got to plug the Cam Gematria Effect News. And everyone go check it out. Well, that's Zach. I was talking about Zach earlier. I was talking about Zach. Howard Stern. I felt bad for Robin. Didn't find any humor. I mean, he's not a comedian. I don't know he wasn't a funny dude. But he had motherfuckers on there. So you watched it because he had different motherfuckers on there. But I would cringe for Robin. I mean, Robin was such a suck up that it would turn, after a while, it turned me off. It really did. Because I felt so bad for it. Like, this man is saying demeaning shit to you. And you just, you're cooning. Robin used to be cooning. And to me, that was like, it turned me off from that. So at first I got into him. Because I think when I was working and shit, it was early, so I was driving to work, and it might have took me a half hour to go to work, and I would listen to it. But after a while, her cooning got to me. And by the time they was on TV, it's like I couldn't stand it because her cooning just got me. And so I understand everybody got to make money, but didn't find him funny. Poor little tink tink. Yeah. So Bugs still know his jokes. Cryptaconalati cat. Yeah. I also thought it was the Rosicrucians who built the Guidestones. The thing is no one has come out to say who bought the permits. Rosicrucians. That's the thing, is why, and no one has investigated that, and that's got to be public record. You can go see who owned the land, who had the building permits, who built them. I mean, far as physically did the rock work, where the rocks come from, all that can be researched. I haven't seen anybody do that. So people let that go. Kevin Hart ain't funny, not anymore. Kevin Hart's first 2 specials was good. After that, it was, yeah, exactly. His first 2, but even looking back at his first 2, you don't want to watch them. It's like you can only talk about your daddy so many times. You can only talk about you. I mean, it's just, he didn't do anything fresh, So, and they made him a force. They tried to kill him in the car or whatever that was. It's hard to believe. So, Most people need to just need to destroy the Guidestones who feel some type of way. Well, remember they painted on them right after the Floyd stuff. They painted on them, painted on them. And then I got some people that's going to be downtown. The trial starts Monday or the 31st. I want to say the trial starts Monday, so I'll be going down there. I might do a little bit of reporting because I got a partner down there who's going to be doing some art. He's trying to get art people down there. And so, yeah, you go Black the Guidestones. I got the same, SD, I got the same birthday as Kat, September the 2nd. Oh, sweet. That's smooth. But yeah, the Guidestones, I think the same thing, but the police will protect you if you try to destroy it. And then if you blew it up, I mean, that's a federal charge. So it's like if you spray painted it, you could have chiseled some shit, You could have been on there chiseling some shit if you had time to spray paint. Nobody's done it. Illuminati got him. It appears something has him. Again, substance abuse problems. If you did, imagine this. If you did coke before you was rich, what do you think you're going to do when you're rich? They got Richard Pryor on Barbara Walters talking about, I like to get high with my friends. And he's talking about freebasing. I was watching the Whitney special, and one of her people came on, I did crack with Whitney. Bullshit. Whitney did freebase. Whitney didn't do crack. This stupid bitch is on there. Well, me and Whitney did crack. No, bitch. Whitney did freebase. And so did you, so why lie? Jerry Seinfeld. As a stand-up, he ain't funny. TV show was humorous. The puffy shirt that Prince wore, that shit was funny. It's like what my show is here. It was a show about nothing, and that was clever. It was a show about nothing, and that was clever. Character development was probably one of the best ever. And that's what you got to look at when you look at the show. How did they develop the character? It was probably one of the best ever character developments. Compared to Friends, I always thought that was stupid. It was like, if I watched Friends, that shit made me stupid. But Seinfeld, the character development was so good that I watched that shit. Will and Grace, my ex used to got me watching that Will and Grace shit. I remember Living Color did a skit on Howard Stern and Robin, and they were spot on with him, especially how Robin would laugh at everything. Exactly. She was cool, though. Robin was really cool. That's what I didn't like about it. If they came to get our guns, do you think people would turn on them? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. People would. And who are they going to call? Who are they going to call? They ain't going to send the police. Ain't enough police. So you telling me the military going to bring armored personnel carriers and people ain't going to start fighting back? Because, again, the way to fight them is don't wait till these motherfuckers is in the street with armored personnel carriers. Attack them where they meet. That's what you would have to do. And still attack them where they meet. So if you see these motherfuckers flying into a base and they getting ready, that's where you attack them. You don't wait till they come in the street because they're going to have too much force. But if you take a force to where they're meeting and they're grouping and get them when they first coming out, that's where they be vulnerable. And this is the beautiful thing. And I hope they don't hit me with terrorism. But this is the thing is, you remember what they did to them Hummers and shit in Iraq when they would build the bombs in the streets? All you got to do is blow up the sewers. Most sewers have gas, It's very easily to put gas in the sewers. So there's hope. So if they do come for the guns, there's ways to fight back. And they know that. That's why Texas that's what they were doing. That's why I put on Facebook. Turn them blue and they'll give the guns to you. And that's why they attacked Texas like that. Because the next thing is turn in your gun next winter. Turn in your guns or we won't turn your power on. That is what they're going to do. That's why they attack Texas. Because right now, who's going to go into Texas? Everywhere, every step you take is a motherfucker with a gun. They don't want to face that. And that's the problem that they don't want. That's communism. To take away guns is Jewish faith communism. Communism is run by Jewish faith people. Russians is Jewish faith people. China is run by Jewish faith people. It ain't run by them Chinese. Communism is Jewish, is a Jewish faith concept. Engels, Marx, what do you think they were? Even liberalism. I said this early in the show. Liberalism comes from conversos. It comes during Inquisition. Jewish faith people had to come up with why they pushed aside Jewish faith to become Christians, and they called it liberalism. When the Jewish faith was hit with either you get the fuck up out of here or you convert, they created liberalism as their explanation why. Look up Isabella of Queen of Spain, 1932. I can't think of his name. I don't have a book right here. It's my books in the bedroom. But that's where you see liberalism. But they try to tell you, if you look up the definition of capitalism, if you look up liberalism, they'll say it's a part of capitalism. No, it was created in the 1490s. That's what they called conversos. Conversos, that was their way of explaining their explanation, or excuse me, their rationale. So that's why when you, even Vietnam, still run by Jewish faith people. That is what they want. That's their new world order, is Jewish faith people control everything. Document of discovery. The Papa Bull of Inquisition is still in effect. I mean, this motherfucker that's the Pope right now, was the Inquisitor General in Brazil. That's why I know the Time Walking Bible is in Brazil, because they can't leave. The American gods, what American gods say? If the god leaves, they die. They can't take that book out of America. It is still in America. Now, I know I bullshit a lot, but this is one thing that's true. John Horse is the only other person that talks about the time walkers at all. And he tells you about the Bible, but he don't tell you. He's pretty sure this is in Brazil, and they can't remove it from America. I learned that from American gods. When they say old and can't leave, it's like, they talking about the real Bible, the Bible that they first found when they came here, that come from the time walkers. And this, I bullshit a lot, but this is, I'm the only time walker, baby. I'm the only one. Eddie Griffin. Larry David is funny on Curb Your Enthusiasm. I agree. They kill you how you live. There you go. The people are going to fold. I don't see it. Folks still scared to speak up about. There you go. Larry David, yeah, Curb Your Enthusiasm. He was funny, but he was a good writer. Friends were white people living single. Exactly. Eddie Griffin. I like Eddie Griffin. I like Eddie Griffin's another dude. You watch his stuff, he's still funny. He's still funny. I saw D.L. Hewley, Eddie Griffin, Charlie Murphy, and Sid closed the show. Charlie Murphy opened. Funny as shit before he died. This was probably, wow. I saw Charlie Murphy within the year he died. He was here. We bought the house 14, 15. Must have been 15 I saw. And Charlie Murphy was funny as shit. He opened. Hewley came next. Killed it. I don't particularly like that cat. I think, he's bought and paid for it. And then Eddie Griffin came on and he just flattened everybody. But I've said this before. Eddie Griffin started doing some of Richard Pryor's material. Now, I know a lot of people that was there with me didn't get it, but I'm like, damn, no, you didn't do one of Richard Pryor jokes. This motherfucker did 2 or 3 Richard Pryor jokes. And again, Richard Pryor shit is back from the 70s. So, if you 30, you don't know that material. And I'm like, so I gave him negative for that. I'm like, this is fucked up. And then the shit ended with Sid the Entertainer. He is the most unfunny motherfucker that ever came around. I mean, that motherfucker is not funny. I did not know why they closed with him. Probably because it's TV show and the movies, but funny. Eddie Griffin should have closed it because he killed it. But again, I gave him negative because he did Richard Pryor jokes. Yeah, I caught that shit. I heard fascism is Jewish too. Of course. The Jewish Red Army. Well, that's who killed. Who do you think they was killing? When the Bolsheviks took over, they fought the Christians. The Tsar's family and the Tsar's army were a Christian army. Hitler was the only person in the history that really fought the Jewish faith people in modern times. The only people that attacked him was Hitler. That's what the Jewish faith people took over. That's why I always talk about Trotsky, that you can watch on Netflix, and maybe it's off, but you can watch a show of Trotsky, and then Trotsky does the final push that kills the Tsar forces, and then Trotsky says the people would never stand for a Jewish leader. Lenin was Jewish, Stalin was Jewish, and Trotsky. They all copied. Trotsky copied a jailer's name. They put him in jail, and he took the jailer's name. All them cats is Jewish. But see the lies they still do. This is 100 and some years ago. It was like 1918, 1919. And look what happened in 1920. Stalin starved all the Christians. Remember when I was talking about I did some shows where they talked about when they went over there and the lice was this thick on the wall. The lice was the lice was so thick on these Christians' wall, it looked like paper, wallpaper. And lice can kill you like that. Lice carries a disease that can kill you, and it can pass from person to person. And it took I'm trying to think, a future president, Herbert Hoover. Herbert Hoover went over there and he saved the Christians. He saved the Christians by supplying wheat, because again, Lenin took everything from these motherfuckers and was really starving the Christian population out. You talking about when Lenin went to kill people, he was killing Christians. When he massacred them was Christians he killed. And Hitler was, and I know people don't like this to hear this, but Hitler was the only one that fought them. He was the only, and Hitler had some Jewish faith people in him. And that Nazi shit is all a lie, because the Nazis was working with the Jewish faith people and they sent people to Israel. 20-some thousand went in 1920. Might have been 22. But 20,000 worked with the Nazis. So don't tell me all this shit they put him in camps when he clearly was working with you people and you was working with him. So all that shit you hear is some bullshit. It's propaganda. Again, one report I wish I had was showing all trying to say in Germany, 1%. I think Germany had 30 million people, which basically put it, and maybe it wasn't even 30 million, but the number was like 100,000. 100,000 Jewish faith people out of something like 10 million. 100,000. That ain't very many. When you see them when they put in the Jewish sign on them stores, that's one block. And the reason they did that was because that's what was done in America. They did that to them in America. The Jewish faith people in America started putting propaganda, boycotting German goods. So they did the same thing to them stores over there, and it wasn't very many. That's why when you look at the footage. There's only one block they're showing you. So how many blocks do you have if you only got 100,000 people? And like I read out of the Isabella book, they didn't ever dig the dirt. They wasn't never the farmers. I heard that Richard Pryor supposed to sniff so much coke that he used to sniff the coke in Pam Grier's vagina. I don't think Pam Grier has a vagina. And snorted out. She couldn't have kids because of it. That ain't why Pam Grier can't have kids. You got to be a woman to have kids. Can the Time Walker Bible be read online? You can't find it. You cannot find it. You cannot find it. Why do you think it's such controversy with Chicago Black Horse logo? Because this don't really look like, okay, first of all, where's the war bonnet? There's no war bonnet, right? The Woodland Indians didn't wear war bonnets. They wore the tobacco leaves going up, or they wore like this. That's why they hate it. That's why they hated the Redskins worse. Look at the real dude they took the picture from about the Redskin. That's why they hate that. They don't look like that. They're not, the people you see now ain't melanated people. These Dakotas that live, they ain't melanated people anymore. So that is why they hate this. It shows people what they were. You tell me what is insulting about the Fighting Sioux? What is insulting about that? Why would you want to get rid of that? Paw still stayed the Redskins from my mother's hometown. They trying to get rid of that. Yet, if it wasn't for my grandfather, my great-grandfather, they wouldn't have had their original football field. He gave the land which was part of the continuous ball game of the Hero Twins. That's why I was so blessed from him doing that. But no, the Time Walking book, John Horst talks about a little bit. The Time Walking papers, I've been told don't share it. I've only given it to one person. I've tried to share it and the shit won't go, too. So I've only given it to one person. And it's only Turtle Gang, my brother, and Turtle Gang gave it to one other dude, but they don't know it like I know it. They don't get out of it what I've gotten out of it. I mean, that shit led me to this brother and understanding Hanukkah and truly understanding consciousness. Consciousness is Hanukkah. One movement, one measure. Consciousness is beyond. So, what did I miss? Eddie Griffin is my top 5. I liked him since he did Foolish, Voodoo Child. Foolish is funny. Foolish is funny. Mickey! That makes me think, what did Hitler know? To start killing the true enemies, but they say Hitler's the bad guy. Exactly. He knew. And he's the only one. I have arguments with educated people about that, but it can't be denied. Bolsheviks was Jewish, with Jewish faith. You can't deny that. The Bolsheviks was the Jewish faith army. They check this out. When you're watching Trotsky, you see all the motherfuckers went to France. And the Jewish faith people in France started giving Trotsky money and Lenin. They gave $10 million back then to Lenin, which in today's date is almost $500 million. They gave Trotsky and Lenin that much money to start a Jewish faith army. The Bolsheviks was Jewish faith. The Tsar was Christian. Was the Tsar killed? The Tsar had to be one of the stupidest motherfuckers in the world, because a few years ago they showed the Tsar's gold. You can right now buy Tsar Nicholas's gold. He got his gold out the country, but he didn't get out the country. That to me doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Like, and I'll tell you the other thing to watch is if you can catch this, and it's subtitled, but if you watch the murder in Sarajevo of the Archduke, it's the same thing as the Kennedy assassination. You watch that shit, it is identical to the Kennedy story. I mean, identical. You can catch a story like that when they tried to kill FDR, a very similar story. But the one in Sarajevo that supposedly started World War I, it shows you that the people killed him so they could start the war. That the war hawks and the bankers killed him so he could start they could start World War I. They could invade the Czechs. So Hitler was controlled, OP. Look at the true definition of Holocaust is necessary to justify the creation of Israel. Don't know if I quite agree with that, Hugo. Was funny, and Cedric Entertainer was funny. He started out to me, but after King's the Comedy. Oh, let me add Tim Allen. I met Tim several times, and Tim, like, I would sit out there and smoke a joint. That's how I first met this dude. I was out there smoking a joint, and he was out there. I don't remember if he smoking a cigarette or not, but my wife at the time, we took a friend, so I'm smoking a joint, and he's out there. I'm just bullshitting with him. And so went to see him, because he used to be in Zany's in Kalamazoo. And Zany's, the club, was in the basement of an old theater. And so you go in the basement. So I got to see him. So the next time I go, that motherfucker started roasting me, because I come in, and we kind of had front row seats. And he's like, I come in, he's like, oh, fashionably late in Kalamazoo. And everybody laughs. And I'm like, this motherfucker ain't going. And he just kept roasting me, but I deserved it. I walked in on his show. And then the third time I saw him, he's like, oh, you're here on time. That was the first thing this motherfucker said. Like, you made it here on time. And he's like, oh, you must have smoked your weed before you came in. And everybody's laughing and shit. Tim Allen live was funny. He was funny. And again, I saw him at the beginning of his career, and that fucker was funny. Tim Allen was funny. Now, later in his career, the show was kind of corny. Michael Jackson said that he was a genius. I never did. It was funny as Cedric. It was funny. Started out, but after Kings of Comedy fell off. Yeah. I have 3 pictures of the real Hitler, and he was dark-skinned, black. Oh, wow. Interesting. Do you think Meryl Streep is a trans? I don't really want to get into that too much, but yeah, probably. Blacks were in Nazi Germany. Yeah. And well, that goes into the black nobility. I mean, again, when I was talking about the black plague was the killing black people in Europe. That's what the plague was. It was the purposeful killing of the black plague. And I mean, the plague just devastated towns, and it killed the black population that was there. Now, as far as brothers in Germany, there's been some reports that the black folks there were sterilized that could go back to the black nobility to make sure the black nobility never rose. But and that's the dark, the dark ages, that's them trying to recover from it because the technology went. These motherfuckers building all this shit and then they killed all the black folks in Europe and they didn't know how to do shit. That's why they called it the dark ages. But that's part of what the plague was. It killed millions in Europe that were dark people. Dark people were the original people in Europe. And I'm not saying anything about Jewish faith people. I'm saying it was a dark planet. It was once a dark planet. So what was the redskin guy's name? I always see a pale guy when the story's read. No, it's a brother way darker than me. It's a dude way darker than me. I can't think of his name. You just have to look up the logo. But it's a brother way darker than me. I mean, he's brown, dark. But like I was, I gotta have Tasha on again. Tasha was on my other show before they took all the channels off 3,000 videos, but that's another story. But Tasha, there's a book, and Tasha says she saw some of the books, but it used to be when you went to Smithsonian Institute, you could go up on the second floor, and it was a room of all the books, and the book had, and this was 80, 81. My mother used to live in Silver Springs, doing it at the park, doing it after dark. Oh, yeah, Rock Creek Park. Oh, yeah, after dark. But my mother lived near Rock Creek Park. But anyway, there was a room where you could just look up pictures of native tribes, and you're seeing all these brothers up in there. I mean, you're seeing brothers. My family comes from the Boston area. The original Wampanoag people was my family where they came in. When these pilgrims, these British, these Puritans came in, they dealt with my tribe. We were woodland Indians in Boston. So, and I don't limit it there. One thing you got to watch Turtle Gang is my people went all up and down. Nova Scotia, Greenland, Iceland, all the way around. I mean, there was no Iceland, no bridge, no ice bridge. People always would island hop that way. So it's always been world travel. People would go to where it's nice and bountiful. So there's times my tribe went far as Iceland and around, and there's times where we went from North Carolina to the Ohio Valley where the mounds were. Because that's one of the experiences I've experienced, my family going to them mounds. Because those mounds were looked at as holy in the Ohio Valley. I mean, so, I hear a lot of people trying to attack the people saying, well, they would attack Turtle Gang and shit. He's telling you the reality that the people wasn't just always in one place. I mean, the Obaweges that's up in northern Minnesota, that's my neighbor across from here, they come from New York. These people was originally in New York and got beat out of New York because it was never enough. For the British, it was never enough. The Quakers that came in Pennsylvania, it was never enough. Us, we was cool with it. Like, motherfucker, you want that shit? That's how we was as a people. The movie is 300 is Brothers. Yeah, I've been catching that. Tim Allen was like my dad. My dad was a carpenter. Tim Allen showed he was a carpenter, and they both smoked weed. Oh yeah, Tim Allen. Well, Tim Allen was the cane man. Tim Allen was the cane man at Western Michigan University. He was getting cane from Detroit, taking the keys to Kalamazoo, cutting off Kalamazoo. And then he got busted. He sold undercover. And he got some people busted because he told on his sources. That's the whole story. Because I know some motherfuckers he told on. He told on some motherfuckers too. That's why I think he was selected, because he told on people. But he was funny. I mean, he was funny and originally funny. He's a dude I met when he first started, and he was funny as shit. Yeah. I hadn't passed my joint to him because, I didn't know him that time. I was like, this is for me, buddy. Smithsonian basement has the real history hidden and displays are fake. Yeah, like it was when I went, you could go up on that second floor and it was a room, like a big giant room, and it was books. Now Tasha said, and again, I'm thinking off, 30 plus years of memory, but Tasha said there's another room that has a lot of the books too. But she said that upstairs you couldn't go to anymore. And then James, I called him Charles, but James, he said that in one time he had the card that he could get upstairs. When I went in the early 80s, you could just go up to that room and you would just be amazed at the people, the way they look. It was like Richard Pryor always talks about seeing a guy that looks like Joe Frazier in Africa, which is impossible. There's a different phenotype, but you would see people in this book that you would know. I mean, you would see the resemblance of these people. So you guys should check Tasha out if you guys into that shit. So the Gullah Wars, different tribes joined up to fight. Well, the Gullah Wars were all over. I mean, you got to put Tecumseh. Tecumseh was part of that too. Tecumseh was, Pontiac tried to go to all the tribes. He took the war belt to all the tribes. Pontiac's war is called, the War of 1812 was Pontiac's war. And Pontiac went around, taking the war belt to all these tribes. Now, I know the Cherokee people don't like hearing this, but the Cherokee people was fighting them. Because what was happening, you got the Miamis, you got the Miamis, what was the Ohio, the tribe called, the Illinois. You had all them tribes, and they were trying to trade to get guns, and they going down to Mississippi getting attacked by the Cherokee. The Cherokee was one of the first. The Cherokee and the Westos is the first to work for the British from the very beginning. The Cherokee and the Westos worked for the British. So why do you think they gave Cherokee, their tribe, and they get their lands? Because they always worked for the British. Westos don't appear to have got that, but I'll say this: Westos was allowed to slave, because what happened is when the Puritans started fighting people, when they would capture, they would kill the men, they would take the women and children and start slaving them. That's how American slavery started. They would kill the men, and then they would take all the women and children and put them into slavery. That is how American war started. But the Westos and the Cherokee were the first to work for the British and start slaving as well. See, they don't want to tell that story. The Cherokee admit that they had slaves. Oh, they didn't treat the slaves as bad, but tell the whole story. Y'all worked for them people from the beginning. And the Westos, in the book, The Other Slavery, something that blew my mind, the Westos started slaving in the 1600s, and then in the late 1700s, early 1800s, they slaved out west. They were slaving out west. It blew my mind when I came across the Westos being in Arizona, slaving. And I'm like, damn. Because everything that Cortez and them did, the Jim Crow, all that shit was done in Mexico at first. All that shit. They just copied what they did in Mexico to the people. Kill the men, slave the women. It's easier to make the women slaves because, they're weaker, and the children, you take them from a young age. So, okay, Ninja, thank you for coming. Ouija, thank you. Jib Way Ouija. Okay, okay. Thank you, Rocky. Yeah, my dyslexia, I forget. Thank you. So let me answer the Gullah Wars. Okay, so Pontiac was taking a war belt to everybody, trying to get them to join. Pontiac ended up. So first the French end up giving up Pittsburgh, and then the French gave up Detroit. So Pontiac had the delusion that the French would come back and help him. He didn't realize once the French gave up them forts, because really the breaking of the back was once the French gave Pittsburgh to the British. That was kind of the breaking point. They should have went all out war against them when they was weak in building the fort. But once they built that four-corner fort in Pittsburgh, it was hard to fight that. And then the British had so many of the tribes with Cherokee, Westos that would protect them. So Pontiac was trying to, Pontiac fought them in Detroit because, again, they gave up. The French gave up Fort Detroit. And so Pontiac tried several attempts to retake Detroit, and he never did. Pontiac's area, my brother lives in Lansing, so it was between Lansing. There were battles in St. Joe, Michigan. I mean, they fought these motherfuckers all up here in the Midwest. And, Pontiac ends up getting assassinated, and that kind of killed the War of 1812. Because what happened is they had a route to come from the east through Pittsburgh, and then they had a free reign to go to Detroit. But Pontiac, up to that point, they was fighting the fuck out of him in Detroit. They was fighting the fuck out of him trying to go to Pittsburgh. And again, Cherokees and these other tribes helped him. Now, to get to the Gullah Wars, so that's where Tecumseh comes in. Tecumseh was trying to do the very same thing that Pontiac had done. Tecumseh was trying to get all the tribes. Now, look up Tecumseh's brother. He's a very dark brother. He was a medicine man. Well, that's a misnomer, but he was a holy person, very dark skin. I can't think of his name, but look him up. And Tecumseh was going all up and down the coast, all the way down to Florida, trying to say we all need to get together to fight these motherfuckers. Because again, it's divide and conquer. That's what they practice. Because again, they were still under Inquisition. They want to tell you Protestants, but Protestants are still all the same. It all comes from Jewish faith people. It is not different. It's the same. It's under that guise, and because they used Inquisition. So how, if they wasn't part of Jewish faith people, how could they still use Inquisition and documented discovery? That was made by the Pope. And you can't tell me the British didn't use doctrine of discovery, because they did. And so Tecumseh tried to get everybody to get together. While Tecumseh's gone, they burned Freedom Town, his home. That's what they like to do. They like to attack women and children, old people. And so his base was attacked. He couldn't get the tribes to work together. Now, John Horse is kind of a funny character when you get into him, because there's several stories, because he was a scout for the British at one time. So when you see that John Horse fought them, and then he fought all the way, and then he fought into Mexico, a lot of that is kind of iffy, because he was a scout for the British at one time. So he's a character, kind of funny. So if you looked at the War of 1812 as the Gullah War, that's when they fought them. You looked at Tecumseh trying to fight up and down the coast and into Florida. And the thing about it is they didn't like fighting in Florida at first, because actually Spain held on to Florida for a minute. And so what Jackson did was technically illegal, because he was attacking Spain, and Spain never did anything about it. So what did I miss? But thank you, Jibway. Jibway. Thank you. Yeah. But yeah, that's what the golf courses there to cover up the mounds. The military has the largest amount of golf courses in the world. They got a big one at Battle Creek. Sure do, at the VA. When I did my genealogy, I found my mama's side started out in Virginia. They were the same Indian two-pecker trade from Indian and Negro. We're in Mississippi now. Wow. Women. Well, again, I trace my family all the way. I mean, we trace it beyond 1600, and they say if you can find 1600, you can go back 4 generations. So we were always in those areas. One of the ancestors was called George No-Nose, because he had a pox. He had the pox. And again, the George was called, when you had a sachem or chiefs, they was calling him George, because he was, no way he was named after George. It was like they would call the chiefs George. So the families would keep those English names when they would come in there. But he had survived the pox, but his nose was one big pox. They called him, another name is Black George. Where was I going with it? Oh, and then we find the same thing. We found that the Macombs more than likely came out of Virginia as well. That's what Tasha hit me with. She said, look in Virginia. But like my my great-great-grandmother, Dicey Heathcock, you find Heathcocks in North Carolina, and you find them in Virginia. So most people came out of, if you're like from Mississippi in there, most tribes came out of Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina. Look up Tasha's work, because Tasha gives them the names. Look up her work where she's given the names and see if your name comes from one of those states. I think she even does Georgia. So, and you can find, but that's the Macombs started off in Virginia, and then the Macombs end up. We're not related to the Revolutionary War Macon. I don't know how we got the name. I haven't figured that out. But it wasn't because of the city. The city was named Macon. It's like a Macon, Georgia, Macon, Mississippi. Both. What happened is Nathaniel Macon bought cheap land after the people were put out of Mississippi and Alabama, or Mississippi. Yeah, out of Mississippi. And so I've got a picture of my great-great-grandfather. Let me see, what would he be? My great-great-grandfather and my great-great-grandmother. I know she was Saponi, or she was Blackfoot, because Saponi means Blackfoot. And they're both, like, he's about my complexion, but not her. Rachel Macon is her original name. She was a brewer, and we've traced some brewers in North Virginia as well. And she's very dark skinned. So you're not trying to tell me how is these people, at least my complexion, and she's darker. She's very brown, very dark. How are they able to afford to take pictures if it was slavery so bad in Mississippi in the 1840s? So it's a lot of bullshit. I mean, they don't want to tell you that Southern people was fighting these motherfuckers. They don't want to tell you that there was black regiments fighting the motherfuckers. And then they want to tell you glory and that the Confederates was extra killing the black soldiers. Why would they kill black soldiers extra when the Confederates had black regiments, mixed regiments? Brothers fought with them. All that shit about Harriet Tubman. Harriet Tubman is fucking trying to take motherfuckers off the farm and taking them to Liberia. Look it up. Look up the Tubmans in Liberia. I've talked about this. Y'all listen. I've talked about this shit before. The original British that came here was so-called black, but the English was so-called white. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can see that. Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand that. I mean, the Irish people, a lot of the Irish people that came over they was called tawny. They was called tawny, and that's why, you know, a bunch of motherfuckers. Phoenix copied my work. What's his name? Some chief motherfucker from New York. He copied my work. I got these motherfuckers on video, and I ain't got nothing against Sister Phoenix, but she used my work about gangs in New York. Gangs in New York shows you a lot. Gangs in New York talks about who the motherfucking natives is. They call natives motherfuckers that's first generation after Washington is considered a native. So gangs in New York tell you who the natives is, that they are the natives. The first generation after Washington of Europeans are natives. And it's the natives against the Irish fighting for the 5 points. I mean, that movie's deep on so many levels. People don't understand. Because they show you that the people it was people getting along and stuff. Then they showed the riot and apparently the attacking the brothers and stuff, but that could be made up as well. A lot of their history is lies. I mean, the thing that people, and this is the thing, it was a whole war. It was a whole war a couple years ago, you know, the Aborigines against the brothers in New York. It was a whole war of taking them down, showing them brothers in New York was all fraud. And now you got these people that came out the victors doing the same thing. So you see, it's kind of a psyop. It's like the money grab, you know. I mean, I was on a page with Dan Calloway about 4 years ago or 5 years ago, or Dane, and I talked to a sister, and the sister was saying how you taxed her. He helped her with his genealogy, but she was like, he taxed me, so he's a little shaky to me. And then I forwarded that, and they was like, you know, this is Dan Calloway's thing. But I'm like, I saw fraud back then, and it might have even been longer than 4 or 5 years ago. They took me off the thing, but it's like that's what replaced it. It's like it was like these motherfuckers just attacked them so they could get the money. They could get the money. It was a money grab instead of it being helping indigenous people, helping all people. I mean, that's what Fred Hampton said, power to all the people. Fred Hampton said, I don't care if you're a cracker, I don't care if you're a redneck. If you against them, you with me. And that's how it should be. And that's the only way we're going to conquer these motherfuckers. It's not because they love that divide shit. I mean, why you take down some shit, the whole tempers, and you're going to do the same shit. You're going to do the same shit. Oh, Tasha's my girl. I always tell her I want to marry her. I'm like, I want to marry you, Tasha. And she just gets to laughing. I've been telling people that if the South had more melanated people than whites who fought for the Confederacy, actually. Yeah, Tawny and Swarthy. Yeah. They tell us that the first person died was Crispus Attucks. Exactly. Well, that was in the Revolutionary War, but, you know, it was a lot of black troops. And then look at who they attacked. There's 80 foreign European, 80 European generals, most of them Jewish faith. And so you had a lot of Jewish faith bankers that wanted that southern land. That's all it was about. These Jewish bankers was locked out of that shit. They controlled the South. Each state was an individual state, like the so-called Constitution called for. You had the federal people, Jewish state feds, Maryland. Christians is Jewish faith. I don't care what anybody says. It's all the same. You study in the Old Testament, the Torah. How is it different? Because you say you believe in the God man, but you really believe in the Son. So do they. They believe in the Son. It's the same religion. So those people, and look who they tried to kill. They tried to kill the Puritans. You had the Jewish faith people coming from the north that attacked Puritan towns in Tennessee, Kentucky, They tried to wipe out the Puritans. And they did. They're not tried, they did. Why is you saying that's war? Why are you attacking this individual faith at first? That's who they attacked at first. It's the Puritans. They tell you the first Battle of Bull Run, and they lost. And then Robert E. Lee's put in charge, and he gives them the army. He gives the Southern Army to the Northern. He loses on purpose at Gettysburg, because Gettysburg was one step away from taking the capital. Robert E. Lee sends 20, he's a battalion. He sends his whole 20 pickets people. He sends them across where cannons is coming, and there's no way. Strategically, it was no way. He had been, the other general, Johnston, had been fighting from the high ground. Look at the battles of Fredericksburg. Look at the first Bull Run. They always fought for the high ground. Then you telling me you attacking these motherfuckers that they got the high ground? Why? Tell me a military strategy that makes sense, that you attack the highlands. So all Lee did is Lee was a Mason. And Lee is proud, his history is proud to say that Lee was offered the generalship of the North. Because he wasn't the original general of the Army of Virginia. It was Johnston, I think it was Johnston. I'd have to watch Gods in General again, because it tells the names of these motherfuckers. And then they insult him by naming all these bases, which is a type of hex, because these people submitted to them. So it's a mocking. It's a mocking of the South. It's not praising them. It's a mocking. It's like a brand almost. We brand all these places that we defeated these motherfuckers. But Lee helped them. Lee worked for them. So the banker said all motherfuckers are gonna be slaves. There you go. There you go, William. There you go. And so this is how you got to approach, the history that they try to tell you. I mean, I've said over and over again, in the South, 98%, well, let's go, not 95% skilled laborers was brothers. This is not just conjecture. This is, you study the shit. So you telling me all the slaves were skilled labor? Where does that make sense? That the slaves were skilled labor? What do they show you in 12 Years a Slave? They take an Indian from Virginia that's skilled. They take an Indian from DC that's skilled. Takes him down south. I mean, Gone with the Wind tells you poor white trash. Don't talk to them, they poor white trash. So Lincoln freed the poor white trash too. They were the unskilled people. They try to tell you they was the overseers. How are you an overseer and you have no skill? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? You would give this poor white trash a job to oversee, but he ain't got the skill to do shit. What if the shit ain't ready to come out? And you have to have skilled people that knew the land, that worked the land. You couldn't leave. That's another lie. You couldn't leave the plantation. That's bullshit. Families moved all the time during those periods. So that's another lie they tell. You had to have papers. That's Reconstruction. See, they try to put Reconstruction into the early 1800s. What we see is Reconstruction. They gave the South to the poor white trash. That's what they did. And they put, and the White League is another thing you got to look up. Is the White League. It wasn't just a Klan. The White League was in the courts. Look that up. The White League. That's who Kennedy and them was fighting. I've talked about this before. So, and Albert Pike. Yeah, we know about Albert Pike after they killed the general before him that was black. Yeah, okay. Yeah, good, Mark. Yeah, we know about Pike. Yep, we know about Pike. I mean, Pike tell you, It's like the Bible don't talk about Lucifer. It's like, let me see if this shit's here. I think I wrote it in another book. Now, I ain't trying to be spooky to motherfuckers or nothing, but like, I'm not a very good artist. If I can do it. I'm not a good drawer, so I don't know if I can be able to do it. Oh, like this. Okay. Let me see. I know this ain't good, but like if you look at Lucifer's sigil, what they did on the bottom is they put some shit like this. And they put the crosses in there and they lock it. Lucifer ain't in the Bible. That name ain't in the Bible. And they put these crosses on here. One of my friends was asking me to do it. Okay, I can't really draw. So you see a sigil like this. See, this is the locks right here. This is the locks. And so you have to take off those locks. And then again, you want to put an arrow facing the direction. Like this shit was American shit. Bobby Hemmett tell you, all the Goetias, all the sigils is American shit. This is what they took when the Cortez invaded. And they demonized all this shit. That's why they got to put a circle. They put the circle, and then you bind the motherfucker. When we work with that shit, motherfucker just came and we dealt with that shit. Like I was talking when I brought One Divineness on, when you have guides, that's what this shit was for the Americans. It was guides. That's the first. Look at old movies. Where's your gods? Show us your gods. So they can start destroying that or copying it. I mean, look at the skulls. This is an American thing. They didn't know nothing about this. Skulls, crystal balls, they ain't know nothing about this shit. They get this idea from America. And they want to demonize it to you. That's what Bobby's trying to tell you. Now, Bobby was a hotep. It's slants. It's a slant. I try not to talk with a slant. I try to keep all possibilities open. That's why PNN, that's my man. As a time worker, I have to support the Moors. As long as you are honest Moor, they get my support. I'm not a Moor, I'm a time worker. But that's part of accepting that. Accepting being a time walker. I'll give it out, give it to you. That's nice. I accept it. As long as they're honest people, then I roll with them and I give them my support. Like some motherfuckers is down in this video and shit. I'm like, quit thumbing down this shit. We're going throwing arrows at y'all. Quit fucking with him. I don't close my mind. And that's how you got to be. You got to keep your mind open. You can't just have one thing and then, you're stuck to it. You got to keep your mind open to all of it. You have to evolve. You have to keep evolving as a person. And you have to, it's a lot of motherfucking traps. Like I just said, they battled these niggas out of New York and battled them. A lot of people didn't see the money grab. And it's like, what's next? What's next is motherfuckers still battling. So what is the true aim? The aim is, cash. You put out information, it don't matter about the cash. I appreciate when people donate. That's very kind of everybody. But I don't ask for people to thumb up or thumb down. I don't ask for cash. I mean, like a motherfucker said, I thought I was the shit. Yeah, I used to be the shit. I live humble. I'll be 60 in June. I'm a humble person. This is a 2-bedroom apartment. I drive a 15-year-old car. So, I ain't fronting on anybody. I ain't trying to show you I'm more than what I am now. I like clothes. I buy clothes almost every day. I like clothes. I mean, it's just something I like. I was going to show some gym shoes that I just bought just because we talked about it last week, a type of the Jalen Rose, because I bought a pair of Adidas from Marshall that have the booty in it, but it's sewed in. It used to be the booty you could take out and you put the booty on and then you slide your foot in the shoe. And it kind of has that technology. But Adidas seem to run small because I wear 13s, but I can wear 14s in Adidas. Plus, I've got my new insoles coming next week. And that shit ain't cheap. The insoles I think it's like $500, $600 now. But it helps me. I put them in 14s and I can wear them a little easier. So I'm a modest man. My mom and daddy always said, keep an open mind. Yeah, Mark. Well, thank you, James. That's kind. Looks like Caligula sign. I'm not sure. One of my friends sent that to me. She wanted to know how to take the locks off. Because this is the thing, is more people use their power. That's what they're scared of. Because apparently the motherfuckers they locked away is they're afraid to come back. I read very little fiction, but books talk to me. I'll go in a library or bookstore and there's books that just talk to me. Like Be Here Now, that book literally fell on me. I was looking through some other books and this book just falls off the shelf and hits me. What the fuck is this? And then I started thumbing through it and I bought it. And so it apparently is some power out there that could help us, that could destroy these motherfuckers. So, got some Gucci slippers. No. Gucci slippers. I used to have, let me see, was it Gucci? Yeah, I want to say, man, it was so long ago. I bought a pair, I want to say Gucci shoes. Was it Gucci? The little blacks, they're black and they had gold, embroidered gold on it. It was like a suede and it was embroidered gold. Or was that Louis Vuitton? But what was so cool is these shoes had a lifetime, they would redo them. It was like a lifetime guarantee on the shoe, they would redo them. And I, in Kenosha, was a Gucci outlet. And maybe it's Louis Vuitton. I don't remember, and I'm getting tired. So, but it was a outlet. And I remember I took my shoes. I said, "Can you send the shoes and get them to retread them and shit?" And sure enough, they retreaded it. And I don't know. I think it might have been Gucci. So I forget. Well, guys, I'm getting tired. What time is it? Damn, it's 4 a.m. Wow. And I've been going for 4 hours. Damn. Yeah, I better cut it now. I know I get teased. People tease me. They're like, I'm not going to talk. I know they throw jabs at me. But I'm cool with the people. Like, I'm not going to, I can't see myself talking for 3-4 hours. And they throwing jabs at me. But, I'm a grown motherfucker. I'm an alpha. Shit. That come with the shit. That shit don't bother me. It don't make me think less of them. That's all right. I can take them jabs. Them jabs is all right. It don't bother me. I ain't no thin-skinned motherfucker. But you come for me, you got to come hard, No shit, more is rising. I'll give it out. I'm going to finish with this. So, and I'm just making this shit up as I go. But if anyone wants to close their eyes, turn off a light. It'll help my concentration. All right. So when you close your eyes, see what you see as a creation. What are you creating right now? What do you see? And if you see something you're going through and you see the bubble starting, continue to go through. Now, one thing that happens when you meditate and you concentrate is the shit'll go here. It's like you'll see something and it'll go here. No, you make it adjust. You don't adjust. Don't sit there and do this. Keep the aim here. Keep the aim here. So whatever starts creating, don't follow this or that. Stay straight. Stay straight. Because that's the only way you can get in the hallways, is you have to stay straight. Because it's a path. A path will open up for you. You close your eyes and a path will open up. And you have to recognize you're going to see shapes, you're going to see symbols. Those are all part of the path. And the aim is to recognize the hallways. But again, you want it to come here. If it adjusts, you make the adjustment. Don't follow it. You stay center. And it's, oh fuck, that was a goddamn ocean. That was weird. Just a damn ocean appeared over here with like a slide to go into the ocean. Wow. Okay, I'm closer than what I thought. Don't feel like I'm transient, but I'm tired, so I can see that. So start recognizing fractals. We all are getting fractals because they're appearing for me, but start recognizing the shapes. There might be a shape that comes back about. Just look in front of you, and you only might get a flash, but those are your fractals. Because once you start getting those flash of fractals, they're going to start showing up in your life. You're going to go everywhere and start seeing them. And those are your fractals. That is, like people talk about, you have different houses, different solar, different houses in the ethers, or different houses, astral houses. This is part of what it's showing you, is that these fractals are meant for you. This is what your real consciousness is part of, is the fractals. And those are the fractals you follow. And as you learn to do this and meditate, start recognizing the hallways and the rooms. I want to show people how to use the czar instead of using the astrals and the ethers, because those are corrupted. Big flash of white and black. Wow. Okay. But those are corrupted. Now, there are times to go to them, but the czar path will push through all that shit. And then you become the disruptor instead of something that they go in. Believe me, if you meditate, them motherfuckers can be up in there. So I want to show people how to go. And that's, if you want to time travel, that is the way. The hallways are the way into the time. Because time goes forward and backwards. It's continuous. That's Hanukkah. Time is continuous. And so understand, push to find the hallways, push to recognize the separate rooms. Because it's okay if you want to go into a room that's on the side. That's okay. But you don't have to turn your head to go into that room. You see it and then you just go into it. You don't have to do like this to go in the room, is my point. Is once you start seeing the doors, follow one. And then if you just happen to see a butterfly, try to be that butterfly. That is the czar movement. So I'm really tired. Thank you all. As you know, I stopped with Ishan's rap poem. So I'm not a New York rapper or LA gang banger. I'm just an old school Detroit crack slinger. This has been the Chocolate Mountain Show. I thank each and one of you for taking the time to watch an old man philosophize. Whereas Ronnie Wealth told his daughter, I'm trying to save the world, baby. It's Ronnie Wealth. That was beautiful. His daughter said, what are you doing, Daddy? He said, I'm trying to save the world. Ronnie Wealth. Thank you. So this has been the Chocolate Mountain Show. I am your host. A Wind is Timeless. Till we meet again.